Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords, the live stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, delighted to say Dean Wilson's alongside me for this one, and delighted to say there's cricketers out in the field, and they're wearing whites as well. Toby Rowland-Jones has the ball in hand, the former skipper. Middlesex losing the toss, as you can see at the bottom. Derbyshire electing to bat first here on a sunny morning in NW8. How that will go, well, we'll have a good idea after about half an hour, I reckon. It's fresh, that's for sure, down at surface level. There's a little bit of a greenish tinge to the pitch. It's the lower end of the square, so they're below the home dressing room for this one. And that is usually the livelier end of the square as well. No surprises, 4 slips in place for the first ball of the morning, which Rowland-Jones is serving up to Lewis Rees. So Rees and Jewell out to open for Derbyshire for this one. Division 2 resumption. There are our teams: Caleb Jewell, Lewis Rees, Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen, the skipper, Brooke Guest, Martin Anderson back at Lords, Anaj Dahl, Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, Rory Hayden in for debut, and Jack Morley, the spinner. And the Middlesex sides, well, obviously the big news is that name right down at the bottom. Olly Stone in on loan for a couple of games for Middlesex with 3 to go of the season. But Sam Robson, Josh DeCaries, Luke Holman on the card down at 3. Lias Deploy, the skipper, Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes, Joe Cracknell, Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Sebastian Morgan and Stone. So, as you may have heard on the team news, we'll come back to it in a moment. No Kane Williamson or Max Holden, both not fit for this game. So Middlesex chopping and changing a little bit with the batting, chopping and changing with the bowling as well. And as I say, it's the big news really that Stone is in for his Middlesex debut as part of a 2-game loan from Notts. That one doesn't particularly get up through to Cracknell behind the stumps. Sam Robson you can see next to him. That slip. Josh DeCary's at second. Higgins is the third. Geddes, fourth slip fielder. That's better carry. To the keeper, slipping away down the slope away from the left-handed Rees, back up to open for Derbyshire. Very, very good player, former Lancashire all-rounder. Very useful with bat and ball, but yeah, resumption back at the top. Jewel alongside him, who well scored the number that he's got next to his name in the reverse fixture earlier this season. A hybrid surface at Derby. That's a lovely shot. Off the mark with the boundary. Through the gap between point and cover. Slightly over pitch from Rowland-Jones and leaning into it. Lewis Rees. Lovely way to get off the mark. And I'd like to say, getting off the mark this morning alongside me, Dean Wilson. Good to see you, Dino.
Yeah, good to see you too, Kev. Morning, everyone. Yeah, fantastic sight here at Lord's. Sun shining, Middlesex in the field, and as you mentioned, that lone move for Ollie Stone. Looking forward to seeing him get the ball back in his hands. Played a couple of games for the Spirit. Obviously knows this ground reasonably well, but he's had some injury issues, so hopefully we can see him back in a little bit of form here in this game.
Yeah, it's an interesting move, isn't it? It's going to be Higgins from the nursery end to get us up and running. 3 slips behind Jewel. Oh, now that was a peculiar one. It was a late dab at the ball from Jewel. Toe end.
A little under edge there. Ball maybe not quite getting up as much as the batsman thought, but interesting. Ryan Higgins taking the new ball here.
Yeah, I guess they've gone for, you know, Mr. Reliable, which is what Higgins is. He just performs game in, game out, doesn't he? And they often talk about setting the tone, don't they? 2 best bowlers to set the tone at the start of the session. I guess even with Stone in on loan in the background there, they've decided to all go on Rowland-Jones and Higgins. They know this ground so well. It's a lovely ball. Well played by Jewel. Plays it late. Lets that ball come into him. Under the head, running it down. Under the Warner stand there where Holman catches it up. It's a little bit of shape on this for Higgins. First ball for Rees from Higgins. There's that swing again, doing too much that one down the leg side with the slope as well.
Yeah, he's a wicket-to-wicket bowler, isn't he, Ryan Higgins? That one pitching on middle, but just working its way, I think, down the leg side. That natural shape that he brings back into the left-handers, Ryan Higgins. Always looking to make them play.
Let's give that one a little bit more of a chance, but too much, too full, too wide. But yeah, I think that's why they've gone with Higgins. As you say, Stone waiting his turn is an interesting one, but you just know from Higgins you'll get that nagging, probing line of length on the off stump. That's a testing one again, just a little bit too full, but Reese watchful as he turns it for the single. 2 done. Derbyshire winning the toss, 7 without loss. If you hear a little bit of rattle and hum, the noise, the banging's coming from the demolition of the Allen stand. So a last look at the Middlesex room there, which will be rebuilt. A few good days in the Allen in the Middlesex room. Sure you had a few as well, Dean?
Oh, absolutely. That was my sort of home from home when I was a young kid coming to Lords with my dad. Used to spend a lot of time in the Middlesex room, and yeah, shame to see it go, but change and evolution must come.
Yeah, exactly. It's the last bit of the ground, really, isn't it? The Allen and the Tavern. The Tavern's very much, as you walk around it, it still does have that kind of 60s throwback, doesn't it? 70s maybe it was, the Tavern. And the Allen as well, but yeah, exciting looking new stand that they'll have over there. And everything they've done well, it has to be said, they've done it really well, haven't they? The Warner's fabulous. The restaurant at the back there, the Cottonton and Edrich.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say that everything from the development of the mound stand, I think sort of back in the mid to late 90s, I think that was the mound stand, but they sort of set the tone, I think, for the rest of the ground to kind of follow suit with those peaks on the roof. Very elegantly done, and although it's not exactly the same, but they've sort of had an homage to it and all the other redevelopments that they've done since then.
And of course the nursery pavilion out the back, or the yeah, it is the nursery pavilion, isn't it? At the back, that's tented in the same way.
Yeah, the grandstand, absolutely magnificent over to one side. The media centre was a fabulous addition. 25 years old now, I think, the media centre. And as you say, Compton, Edrich, Warner, everything's been given a facelift, given an upgrade, apart from the Allen and the Warner, so it's their turn. Maybe the pavilion next.
Just as long as they leave the commentary team alone. Although a facelift might help.
No upgrades needed, Kev. But the pavilion, well, it has. In fact, the pavilion has changed slightly. Just the seating and the kind of the balcony areas have been modified ever so slightly, where the sight screen runs across the front.
Sebastian Morgan in the background there. It's well run. Just a little drop into that gap in front of Morgan there at mid-on.
While the Allen stand and the Warner stand get a complete overhaul over the winter, they are going to make one or two minor tweaks inside the pavilion. They're going to be upgrading and updating the players' areas and the players' dining facility, or the kitchen areas, and I think they call them the wash-up areas. They're going to be doing a bit of work behind the scenes, so the players will get some fresh facilities next season when they come back to play. There's only so much you can do in space that you can't make the pavilion, well, without changing it. I suppose you can't make it any bigger, so you might have to get a little bit more innovative in the way that they configure the player areas and try and make them as comfortable as possible. We've seen a recent upgrade at the Oval for the players there with infrared technology, recovery, ice baths, and larger physio areas and all that sort of thing. Larger space for the dressing rooms, and then a larger sort of balcony area that they've expanded. So the Oval have kind of gone one up. London Spirit and 100 getting some new investment. They want to try and keep pace with the noisy neighbours, but of course nothing beats that iconic view of the Lord's Pavilion that we are very lucky to be looking at behind this Derbyshire first innings. 9 without loss in the 4th.
A little wobble on that one there for Higgins. I think the other thought with Olly Stone is, will Stone take the pavilion end after Roland Jones, or they say nursery end for Higgins perhaps? Morgan. Stone replace Roland Jones at the pavilion end. We'll see, he may well replace Higgins down here, but just a thought on why they've gone with a trusted pair to open up. Huge alarm bells just yet for either of these pair, but there is swing for Higgins. How much it'll seem for Roland Jones will be interesting, and then of course the pace of the surface. Bounce or carry. Big swing on that. Flick of the pads on the way. Oh, it was a desperate attempt down there. It's in vain. 4 leg byes to finish the over. And 13 without loss after 4, Derbyshire. So yeah, bright blue skies up above Reese and Jewell. Can be a bold decision to bat first in September, a 10:30 start. I was at Radlett yesterday for the women's semi-final between Middlesex and Yorkshire. Yorkshire progressing through to Sunday's final against Glamorgan at New Road. I can tell you it was pretty damp there at 10:30 yesterday morning. I don't think it's quite the same feel at Lord's today.
Yeah, it's fresh. Definitely a slightly less warmth in the air, even though there's bright sunshine bathing this ground, but a little chill there.
That's chipped up just in front Zafar Gohar there at mid-wicket. Quite in control of that one. Pinches the single duel. Back in the fold fully, played a good number of the one-day cup games, had to walk out of one, limp out wouldn't be true, walk out with a slight tinge. Oh, Gohar steps over that one, they'll get through. Yeah, it was just a little tweak for Roland Jones, and off he walked just as a precaution, I think, in that one-day cup game, but was a mainstay at the start of the one-day cup, which reached the quarter-final stage for Middlesex, defeated by Hampshire at Radlett in the end. A game where I think the toss played a big part in it. Chopped away. A little bit of width from Roland Jones. Jules not missing out on that.
Yeah, just a little bit too short with that one as well. Roland Jones giving a chance just to rock onto the back foot, cut it away. But it's the line is, I think, what Roland Jones is looking for. Both he and Ryan Higgins have been a little straight so far this morning. But he has got 3 slips there. Started with 4, now he's got 3 slips, looking for that outside edge of Jules' bat. But he's going to have to pitch it up a little bit further than that to get them interested. Just about there will do. Taking the outside half of the bat.
Funny feel about this game, it's almost like it's a new season turning up at Lords this morning. It's been so long, once since there's been a championship game here at Lords, and even with those couple of fixtures that there were in the in the middle of T20 and one-day cup season.
Yeah, last game at Cheltenham, wasn't it? The Cheltenham Festival against Gloucestershire. I popped down there for a day.
And didn't come and say hello?
Nope.
It's a long way up those stairs to the balcony, to be fair.
You know, I was enjoying some company in the
Wined and dined.
in an alternative environment, Kev.
Better than the balcony. Lovely ball. Sucked him into that one, Jewel.
Lovely delivery there from Roland Jones. That's what he's looking, trying to bring the batter forward, and just beats the outside edge. That's what he's looking to do, and get that slip cord and interested.
19 without loss after 5. Yeah, it was well, it's a tight squeeze on that balcony at Cheltenham College. It's a lovely place to be and to work, actually, but it is a tight squeeze, and it was particularly cold and damp that game as well. Washed out draw, really.
Yeah, I think I was lucky that the day I turned up was fairly dry and decent. It was the sort of second half of Kane Williamson's 100, about 100 and 180, or I think it was. Or maybe I've given him a few too many. 153 he made, and looked very good as well doing it. But it was a gorgeous place to watch cricket, a beautiful outground.
course, the game before was Merchant Taylor School. It was Merchant Taylor School to Cheltenham College.
Yeah. Both can lay claim to being Hogwarts-esque, but no, it was that magnificent setting in Cheltenham. It was my first visit to the festival. I had a little chat with their chief executive, Neil Prescott, formerly of the MCC, and talking about the difficulties really of running festival cricket post-COVID. And he was he'd been very candid before the game, talking about the need for sort of the local community to support the festival, because it costs a fair bit of money to put it on, and they want to put it on. They want to have cricket in Cheltenham, but since COVID, it's become a bit of a challenge. Just as
now that's got to be gone, hasn't it? It has. He's missed a straight one, Reese, right up there from Higgins. Very little doubt on that. Unless there was a little bit of bat involved, then that was always going to be big trouble for Reese.
Yeah, really good bit of bowling here. Much better shout. Looked like that one kind of pitched in line, held its line, and that really is stone dead. A terrific bit of bowling from Ryan Higgins. He pitched middle and off maybe, and then looked like it was hitting middle about 2/3 of the way up, and no doubt in the umpire's mind either. So Reese goes for 7, 19 for 1 Derbyshire, and that's why they've opened with Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, indeed. Fuller length, looking to do exactly that, blast the pads off. But Jules' been, Reese has been a fabulous performer with the ball this season. Jules' been one of the mainstays with about Aswayne Madsen still to come. But Eric Hay-Middleby to come in at 3. And a big, big job to do here. You couldn't really have seen a more plumb LBW bar, the ball rolling onto that middle stump.
No, and I think the umpire as well had a good look. There was an LBW appeal a couple of overs beforehand that had pitched on middle but was sliding down the leg side as it moved. And you can just see the shape here from Higgins. He's been reasonably consistent with that throughout. That was nice and full, as I say, pitching middle and off, and then just nipping back ever so slightly, holding its line really, and looked like it would have hit straight in the middle of middle. And a good bit of bowling gets his reward.
It should be a tough task at any given ground, venue, conditions, opening the batting first day of a game. 10:30 start, September. Bit of a break from the first class game. And a few players, Higgins included, will be raring to go for this one. Got the call up to the 100, didn't have the games that he'd have hoped for. Came back to Middlesex for the one-day cup for a bit, was in and out of both. It's like a Swiss clock really, wasn't he? He was in for the Middlesex game, then he was out again. Point being, it's a big task here for Kane and for Jewell as well. Oh, and almost all the bigger there. If that had been a run out to follow the wicket, that would have been an extremely sloppy way to lose the second.
Yeah, just made it back in time with the dive. But I think slightly unexpected run there for the man at short leg. Maybe thought it had gone a little bit further, but got to be on your toes. As you say, Kev, these players haven't played Championship cricket for a while, absolutely raring to go.
End of the over, 6 done, 20 for 1. And Reese departed then. He's got 37 wickets to his name with the ball this season. He's pushed back up to open in this one with Jewell, who has been a standout performer. 940 runs at 49.5. Wayne Madsen just behind him, 928 runs at 54.5. And Harry Kane's going pretty well, 732 at 38.5. Wayne Madsen today as well, and he walks out to the middle. Well, it already is, but he will walk out to the middle in what is his 500th game, which is a fabulous achievement. He is padded up in the middle. Let's remember one of his early games for Derbyshire was against Middlesex, and heading up to Derby for that game, there was a lot of chatter and excitement about him. Chatter and excitement about the young man they've got in as well. Hayden for this one on first class debut, pretty quicker here.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get plenty of time to wax lyrical about Wayne Madsen when he does appear. 500 professional matches across the formats.
I reckon it was around 2007, that Middlesex game against Derbyshire when he was first in. I'll have a look now.
Nearly 20 years ago that. He's been around for a while, 41 years old. Wayne Madsen, terrific servant.
A bounce there for Roland Jones, that'll infuse him. First one that he's really fine to get a bit of lift off this surface this morning. Speaking of old fellas, he's not quite there yet, is he? But there's the man he's handed over the captaincy to, Liz Deploy, former Derbyshire batter. T20 and first class captain for Middlesex. Ben Geddes, the List A captain, getting through to that quarter-final. They were bitterly disappointed to go out to Hampshire at Radlett. Nice shot, just watchfully pushed down the ground from Jewell. With a chase, a slide and a throw. Yeah, just full face of the bat on that one. Wicket from Roland Jones. Unusual for him. Around the wicket so early. Top ball to finish. Just that couple pushed down the ground off the bat. 23 for 1 after 7. Yeah, it should be a testimony for these two. 6 for 1. Back in the pavilion already. This is a bold move to try and get in and get control of the game. But blue skies at Lords, they say look up, not down. Interesting to Speak to Leas Deploy after and see what he would have done. Not too straight from Higgins on that one. A single for Kane, but he'll get the left-hander back onto strike, and he has got it shaping nicely into the left-hander at the moment. Nicely away from the right-hander as well, but it doesn't appear to be any great pace out there at the moment. Although we'll wait for Ollie Stone, we'll have a look. And Seb Morgan, to be fair. Be a fraction quicker than the opening pair.
Yeah, Seb Morgan looks at very good prospect. Played some Metro Bank cricket this summer. Quite a slippery right arm over bowler. Just turned 18. I think less than a week ago. It's a great time to be playing your first class, taking your championship bow.
I mentioned for Derbyshire, Hayden in for this one, but there's been some really good young quicks for Middlesex this year, hasn't there? Sharma has been a really good find as well. Feldman. Glorious. Just over pitched from Higgins, but there's still work to do there from Jewell.
Yeah, it's a nice looking extra cover drive there, all along the ground, just a fraction over pitched. But he's played that beautifully. With 3 slips in place, sort of not a short mid-wicket, but a shortish one on catching. So there are plenty of spaces in that offside.
Let's go back to the bowlers for Middlesex. I think I was interviewing, I can't remember who it was now, it might have been Feldman up in the balcony over there after one of the one-day cup games. I said to him, of course, Noah Cornwell's the old man of the squad now, isn't the old man of the bowling ranks now, isn't he? He's missed out for this one, Noah, I'm sure he's disappointed to miss out on the championship return, but very promising left-arm seamer he is. Henry Brooks missing out on this one as well. He'll be disappointed, because I thought he bowled really well in the one-day cup, and game against Yorkshire at Radlett, Middlesex were in deep trouble. They were 2 for 2 and 5 for 3 in the early stages of that game, and Imam Haq saw Yorkshire home with an unbeaten half century. It was well, he was playing a game of his own that day, had all the time in the world, and a tricky surface at Radlett. Let's finish 28 for 1 after 8, but Brook it was who just gave Middlesex a glimmer of hope in that low chase for Yorkshire, and he blasted through with 3. I said to him, it must be close to the best you bowled for Middlesex. He said, no, I don't think so. He said he was happy with the way he's bowled throughout this season. They started really well here. First game of the season against Lancashire. Brook and Cullen supporting Higgins and Roland Jones. But yeah, they've gone for Ollie Stone in on loan for this, and Morgan, the other youngster. That's wonderful from Kane. Absolutely sumptuous cover drive for his first boundary.
Yeah, again, just a little too full, allowing Kane to get his hands through that, but he wants to try and give the ball a chance to try and find that outside edge. It's a bit of a risk and reward for the bowler. Got to try and get it up there to give it that chance.
Nice little tuck for a single. And we mentioned those list of bowlers there. Cullen's had a difficult season with injury. Sharma blew open that victory at Grace Road, which was an amazing performance from him, a 4 for there, which did. It blew the game open and Middlesex stormed to the win. Nice ball from Roland Jones, but he had a slight niggle after that one, causing him to miss the next couple. Feldman again, very young man like Morgan for this one, but Middlesex bringing Stone in. I think it's a clear statement from Middlesex that they are very much eyeing that second promotion spot in Division 2. We haven't quite gone through the table just yet. It's been a while, it's kind of been set there in stone for a while, that Division 2 table. And the preview that Middlesex wrote for this game, they said 2 wins and a high scoring draw might just be enough. I think they probably need to win all 3, to be fair. Trip to Old Trafford next week will not be easy. But first things first, Derbyshire here at Lords. And then they finish up with Gloucestershire here at Lords. For me, I think they probably need to win all 3, and I think that's really with the loan signing of Stone. To finish 9 done, 33 for, and that really is where Middlesex have made a bit of a statement.
Yeah, and this is a crunch game, isn't it? 3rd against 4th. Leicestershire running away with things as they have done most of the season. Don't think anyone will catch them, of course, but Glamorgan in 2nd, and then Derbyshire and Middlesex hot on their heels, and of course Derbyshire play Glamorgan in their next game, so they'll be very much eyeing the chance to grab that 2nd spot themselves. So this is an absolutely crunch game here for both these sides. Middlesex keen to use home advantage, even though they've popped in a player for whom this is his first game this season.
I say it's a statement that they haven't given up, which might seem odd because they're 4th and they're only 3 points behind Derbyshire. But when you're at this stage of the season, it's how many teams have you got to get above. So it's not only you have to get above Glamorgan, but you have to get past Derbyshire first. Well, of course, if they were to win 3, then they are ahead of Derbyshire at the end of this round. Derbyshire similarly will be thinking of winning this one, and for them maybe two wins and a high scoring draw may well be enough, but I fancy for Middlesex it's 3 wins.
It's not going to be easy, as you say, Kev. They've got Lancashire to come in the next game, and then Gloucestershire to finish off, who are just behind them in 5th at the moment. So 3 tough games to finish, but if you want to try and grab the big prize, you've got to work hard for it.
That's a glorious shot again from Kane. Just a gentle offering of the bat. It's a short boundary there, but nonetheless that raced away.
Yeah, big gap through the offside. Just the two fielders in front of square there and came bisecting them absolutely perfectly, just leant on it. 4 more to the total. But you're right, Kev, it's still all to play for at the back end of this season.
Early wicket at Wantage Road. Glamorgan batting first there, having won the toss. They've lost Al Hassan for 7. Court McManus bowled Proctor, Tribe 15. North East on 2, 26 for 1 then. Glamorgan. And Glamorgan, whose final game is at home to Lancashire. Could be Jimmy Anderson's last. Could. Or have I missed an announcement that he's extended for another year yet? You wouldn't be surprised. And why not? And for the 100, of course, this year, Anderson. And next up for Derbyshire, they're at home to Glamorgan next week. So they'll be looking at this game and that, thinking 2 wins. All of a sudden, they're in a very strong position. I think it's sliding. It's tight, but I don't think that's straightened enough.
I think it's a good shout. We'll have a look at the replay and see whether he got it straight enough. But we can see there that the usual shape, the natural shape from Higgins, not featuring there, taking the ball away from the right-hander. This one just seeming to go on with the arm, in fact maybe just nipping a little bit towards the leg side. So I think a good decision there by the umpire, and it looks like we've got a change in the bowling, the man we've been talking about this morning.
Yeah, Olly Stone in on loan, and in replacing Roland Jones at the pavilion end. Strike bowler's end here at Lords, isn't it? So respect, the nod was given to Roland Jones to take the pavilion end first, but quick change, a relatively short spell for Roland Jones, usually a 7 or 8 over man in a spell. A bit of a loosener pushed up there outside off. It is, even for someone like Stone at Lords. Has a little look at the crease there, doesn't he? But the slope plays its part. You're running in from the pavilion end, your natural follow through, which takes you away from the surface. Of course, you're falling into your follow through, falling into the middle of the pitch. There's just small mechanics in your body that you've got to be aware of. Overpitched on that one and put away. Jewel imperious again.
Terrific shot there from Jewel, giving a little bit of width there outside the off stump. Full enough as well. So Olly Stone, that's just his 2nd delivery in first-class cricket in a year. Back on the money there. His last first-class game was a test match, playing for England against Sri Lanka in September 2024. He picked up 3 wickets at the Oval, and various injuries, knee injury in particular, has kept him out of action this year. He's finding his range. Just have a look at his test record. He has played a test match at Lords. In fact, he's played 2 test matches at Lords, against Ireland in 2019 and then against Sri Lanka last year. He picked up 4 wickets in that game.
Oh, look at that lift now. Look at where Cracknell's taken it as well, the slope. Gone against by the ball.
He's got good pace. And comes from a good height as well. Look at that carry through to the keeper. You know that he's the sort of bowler when he gets it right, he's a handful for the very best in the world.
Much better end to the over there, wasn't it? A couple of looseness to begin, but the last 4 grouped nicely, and the penultimate ball in particular carrying a great deal of threat.
His career has been very much a stop-start one due to injuries. Just the 5 test matches played across 6 years, but he's taken 17 test wickets at an average of 23.5, so that tells you he's capable of getting the very best players out. Picked up 4 wickets in a game on tour to India in Chennai. Shubman Gill, LBW Stone for naught in 2021. Before he became Indian captain. So Olly Stone certainly has the ability, but his body just hasn't really allowed him to play as much cricket as he'd like. That's been a story for so many fast bowlers. It's a occupational hazard. It's hard work running in and bowling fast. But Olly Stone trying to make an impression here.
It's back up the slope. Much like the LBW appeal in the last over. Sliding down, but a bit of bounce on that one as well, I'd say, for Higgins. Prodded the surface from Kane on where that pitched. Just rolled up that pad, didn't it? But nipping up the slope.
Having played a couple of test matches under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, I suppose the narrative is always going to be there, whether he can find some form, show a little bit of what he's got in the run up to the winter and make a late dash for an Australia call up. He'd be down the pecking order a little bit at the moment, but we see how quickly things can change. And with Jamie Overton making himself unavailable, Matthew Potts has been pulled out of the Ireland fixtures to play some county cricket and make his case. You know, you'd have to say that Olly Stone has got a great chance here with these 2 games on loan to show what he can do, but Ryan Higgins has the ball in his hand now.
Nice shape on that one again, isn't there? 3 slips and the short leg in place. A short leg there for the one that nips back up the slope. You see that was angling in, but then with the slope, whether that was just natural movement rather than seam, with the slope it just eases away. Really good line of length. That was a big question asking ball, that one as well. You could see it wasn't fully across and behind that one came. Played it nicely. 41 for 1 after 12. Couple been out in the nets in the background, making their way around from the nursery and back to the pavilion. There's the home balcony. Rory Coots, second right. Dane Villas on the left. Oh, Simon, Tim Mercer there. You mentioned in the 2019 test, of course. That was the Mercer test, wasn't it, for Ireland when we went through England. So there's a couple of those youngsters. Noah Cornwell on the left. Mark Lane on the right-hand side. Nathan Fernandez in the middle. Played a good hand in the One Day Cup, Fernandez. Cornwell would have played in the last championship side, and Fernandez, who played in the first championship side of this season against Lancashire here at Lords, opening up with Sam Robson. Desperately hoping to get back in that side at Old Trafford next week, or last game of the season against Gloucestershire, but big job to do here first for Middlesex. Fourth versus third, as you said, Dino. It's couldn't quite say it was an eliminator, because I think it probably is for Middlesex, but you couldn't say it was for Derbyshire, because were they to lose this one but to beat Glamorgan next week, then they're very much still in the hunt. But for Middlesex, it's a little bit of an eliminator, I fancy. They certainly can't afford to lose any of the final three. My fancy is they've got to win all three. I don't think 2 wins and a draw would be enough.
I do like this stage of the season, though, where you're just kind of looking at all the permutations, but having to also pay attention to all the other games going on.
Yeah, nice steer from Kane for a couple here. Ullman gives chase. Yeah, there's a lot of talk in terms of the structure of the championship, isn't there? Some have said just go back to one division and stop give everybody a chance of it. But the running, it's brilliant. Relegation in Division 1, promotion in Division 2, championship of course. But that extra little bit of peril at the bottom of Division 1 and a little bit of hope at the top of Division 2 all plays its part. Dug out for 4.
Well, that's really well played there by Kame. That was a terrific delivery, I thought, from Stone. Full Yorker length. Maybe just shy of a Yorker length, actually. But he trapped down on it, right on his toes. Squeezed it through square leg for 4. Really well played. You can see that Stone is beginning to get his pace up as well. That came down at a fair lick as well. Getting into his work now. Second over.
But yeah, going back to, won the championship, but 2, the conversation we're having about the number of bowlers Stone brought in by Middlesex, who are clearly looking for these 3 wins to try and get up to Division 1. Means a whole host of youngsters there. Tom Helm, you mentioned Brooke. Cornwell, who's somewhere in between that category, and Cullen as well, but injuries against him this year. When you look at the number of bowlers there for Middlesex that would all dearly love to be out there right now, how on earth do these players get a chance if you were to reduce the championship even further?
No, you definitely need the games, absolutely. There's I think one thing that the Metro Bank has shown during the period of the hundreds on is that there's an awful lot of really talented young cricketers just bubbling away in the English game.
as I say, you look at all those, the over there, 13 bowled, 48 for, and you look at all of those lining up for Middlesex bowlers to get into this side. They'd have dearly loved a few more games in August, a few more one-day cup games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a curious situation that the game finds itself in, where you do have quite a number of professional players looking for cricket. You know, on one hand, you have kind of an issue of too much cricket for some, where there is just a kind of relentlessness to the season. Of course, there's been some constantinaing at the front of the season, and then maybe towards the back end as well. But the fact is that there are a really significant number of professional cricketers out there who find themselves during August looking for more cricket. And yeah, the 14 match county season does allow for a round to be played during July, and of course these 3 games in September. But if you reduce it even further, then there's going to be some more players looking for more cricket.
Well, Bethel said the other day, didn't he, that he hasn't played enough cricket in the last year. Should have played more.
That's the challenge, really. Personal responsibility. The players, we can see it, we can understand it. Never been a better time to be a professional cricketer in terms of the rewards and the opportunities that there are. But you've also got to make the right choices about your career and how are you going to improve, how are you going to get the most out of yourself by playing enough cricket.
Great shot again. Got a few very nicely dual this morning, and that's another one to add to the list. 50 up for Derbyshire.
Yeah, good start here for Derbyshire. And dual's a big reason for it. That's a lovely looking shot, and real confidence from him. He was beaten outside the off stump the ball before by Higgins. A very similar delivery. This one maybe just a touch fuller, and Dual very much prepared to lean into that. Hit it away for 4 through the offside. But yeah, going back to how much cricket there is and what players do, as I say, it's these decisions that the players themselves can make, where they think they're going to best serve their aims and their ambitions. And I think we've seen, 1 or 2 players who've jumped at the opportunity, the financial opportunities that are out there, and I don't blame them at all for that.
There's that mid-wicket in play.
But sometimes you just want to work on your game, get some game time in, rather than sitting on the bench. And that's just a decision players have to make. They have to work it out for themselves.
I think the words that you use, the opportunity, is the one that springs out to me. There's an opportunity at all levels, isn't there? And at this level, there's a clutch of bowlers here at Middlesex who would love the opportunity to be out there right now. One of the complaints of the players, it's not so much the volume of cricket, it's the scheduling sometime, and those 7 games in 8 weeks at the start of the season. Oh, lovely ball. That's one of the balls of the morning from Stone.
Yeah, it's quality stuff there from Ollie Stone. Good pace, good shape. The ball just holding its line up the slope. That's terrific stuff there from Stone. Forcing Kane to play at it.
It just shows it doesn't need to be a jaffer. It just needs that little bit of movement, doesn't it? If you're able to leave it on the spot, just a little bit of movement's all it needs. Bowled again, clattering into the stumps. But yeah, I think it was Ian Holland at Leicestershire who'd said 4 days of cricket, 3 days off, and then another 4 days. It's not enough. You need 4 days, 5 days between the games. Well, I can't say I fully agree with that, particularly in April and May, when some of those games are 2.5 days, and that might be because the result is in 2.5 days, or indeed the weather means it's only 2.5 days. But opportunity is the key as well. In 7 games in 8 weeks, or whether it's 8 games in 8 weeks, as you can see here at Middlesex, there's a lot of young bowlers that would really love to be out there right now. Similarly, in those 7 or 8 games start of the season, it's an opportunity to rest and rotate those bowlers as you see fit through those games.
I think you make a really good point there, Kev, about the situation that players and teams can find themselves in. You know, they've got to kind of prepare and be ready for games going all 4 days. And you need to have the resources, you need to have the squads and the players at your disposal. If you have if you have back-to-back matches that go all 4 days, that take a lot out of your bowlers, you need to have the squad and the backup to be able to rotate and manage workloads. But then you could have a situation where, as you say, 2 games finish in 2.5 days, bowlers are feeling great, haven't really got through a huge amount of work, and they just want to keep playing.
Oh, now it's another one. A seed from Stone.
Yeah, really good stuff this from Olly Stone. He's into his work now, just rolling the fingers slightly there, and came playing inside the line. And that's really quality bowling over the top of off stump. Good pace, good bounce. Stone just 1 ball away from his first maiden in a Middlesex shirt.
And he doesn't get it. Lovely drive down the ground. Went searching perhaps last ball of the over. I was going to say he was perhaps an inch away, if that, from his first wicket in that over on a couple of occasions.
Well, I tell you what, that's a really high quality over all round from both bowler and batter. Olly Stone really testing Kane just back of a length, but he went full last ball of the over and Kane was equal to it. A beautiful on drive all the way up to the pavilion, and that's a terrific response from the Derbyshire man. Good quality cricket, that.
Now then, Sebastian Morgan replacing Ryan Higgins at the nursery end. Higgins getting through 7 overs, 1 for 18. It's a typical Higgins start, that, isn't it? Fine figures, and actually he'll be kicking himself at a couple of drives, a couple or 3 maybe, that were away for boundaries, which he'll be annoyed at himself for, which says a lot when you've got an economy of 2.5. But that's Higgins, so they've set the tone. Roland Jones and Higgins. How will Morgan go? Not bad at all. Right on the spot. That's where I want to leave the ball, to the left-hander, drawing him across, but finding the inside edge. Had a couple of white ball appearances where he made a big impression, not only with the ball, but with the bat as well. Partnership with Nathan Fernandez, dragging Middlesex almost into the quarterfinals. Very promising young all-rounder that Middlesex have found. I think it does speak to the health of the county game, really. You see Stone in for this game for Middlesex. Morgan pushing through. Lots of frustrated bowlers that will be on the sidelines right now, really desperate to have been out there in this game for Middlesex. I think it's a pretty good barometer of where the county game is right now. That's a lovely shot from Jewell. He's put some good ones away this morning. That's up there.
Yeah, another lovely looking shot there from Jewell. He's been very confident outside the off stump, and he's been given a bit of width. It wasn't overly full. It was full of length, but not a half volley by any stretch. But he could trust the bounce and put his hands through it. It was a lovely looking shot. So boundaries continue to flow here for Derbyshire.
That'll be Middlesex's slight criticism themselves this morning. Will be the 4 balls, I'd suggest. There's been I couldn't put Morgan into that bracket just yet. He's only in his first over, but there's at least a couple each so far of the bowlers of a 4 ball too many.
Yeah, 10 boundaries inside the first 16 overs. That feels a few too many.
Remember for a while there was a big conversation, particularly around Middlesex. It was around the time of the title, 2016, just before. There was tall bowlers, Finn, Roland Jones. Helm was breaking through at that point. Franklin, big tall left arm, wasn't he? But it's more a batting all-rounder by the end. But there was a conversation about being too floaty. You go too full and become a bit floaty when you're from that height, and you were worried about being driven. Equally though, and in the defence of Middlesex this morning, in the number of boundary balls, those boundaries have mostly been from drives, where Middlesex are searching for the wicket on a full length. It'll just be a little frustrating that there's been, as I say, a couple too many on the 4 ball count. Decent first over there from Morgan. 61 for 1, Derbyshire having won the toss here at Lords.
Yeah, I do get the sense that the Derbyshire players have really been looking to capitalise on any width, and when Middlesex have overpitched. But perhaps these conditions, we talk about the 10:30 start and the freshness in the air, but as we say here at Lords, you look up not down, and it has been a bit of a morning for the batters so far. While Ryan Higgins gave them some control, Olly Stone pushing for wickets.
Ouch.
There's also been plenty of gaps as well in the field. Starting off with 4 slips and then now 3. There has been plenty of space the Derbyshire batters to find the gaps and see the ball race away to the boundary. Short boundary on the offside here for Jewell, facing the pavilion end. So quite hard to defend if you get your line wrong.
Steered away, hurt by the previous ball. Pace and bounce from Stone, that one. Straight again, but steered. Oh, slip and a slide from poor old Cracknell there, smile on his face as he picks himself up. But he ran to meet the throw. It's a big boundary out towards the grandstand for this match. And Cracknell was aware of that. He thought he'd meet the arm of Safa Gohar, who of course went out with a left arm, left shoulder problem. We just see the slip. Oh, I don't think he quite could see the right foot just went underneath him there as he realised he'd come too close. The arm was too good from Gohar. toss. I have to say, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bat. I wondered, would this be a good toss to lose here at Lords this morning? As I said, we'll ask Olly to deploy at some point. What he'd have done, there he is in the foregrounds. But it's very early September, isn't it? So only a week in to the new month. Oh, lovely. Really good shot. Up the hill all the way. But a boundary nonetheless.
The boundaries keep coming here for Derbyshire. Kame and Jewel have looked very strong through the offside. Right-handed and left-handed. But they've both been really strong. With anything over-pitched by the Middlesex bowlers. That's 11 boundaries now this morning. So this is good stuff from Derbyshire.
Dragged the length back there slightly, didn't he, Stone? Yeah, I think this morning you come out as a bowling unit and you're going to be on a fuller length to begin. And then if you do get it wrong and you just go a little bit too full, you are up there on a half volley, really, aren't you? But on a morning, first morning of a game, if you're going to be a fraction too short overall or a fraction too full, you'd certainly rather be a fraction too full and be put away there rather than too short and not really offering the threat that you might. There's a short one. Well stopped. Morgan at backward point. High five from Higgins. Ouch.
Yeah, I think that one stung. He gave it the full swing of the bat there. Came out the middle. But a good bit of fielding there at backward point.
Gotta shake it off quickly, isn't it? Let's have a look at the pair of them. See how big the swelling was on that. Oh dear. Bowling hand as well for Morgan. I mean, we laugh because of the lining up of the two hands, but no laughing matter at all for the youngster. Debut in first-class cricket. Picked up 7 in the One Day Cup from his 4 games. The T20 run out as well. Was down at Glamorgan, he got a couple of wickets. Forgive me, it was against Gloucestershire, it was Feldman who played at Glamorgan. Gloucestershire at Northwood where he got a couple of wickets. Morgan, and then he got that 61 with the bat. Against Lancashire. Punched and fielded at backward point by Holman. Possibly saves 3. Certainly a couple saved as they take the single. And he's only just turned 18, hasn't he? 9 days ago, August 30th. Born 2007. Where was the world in 2007? Ed Smith was the Middlesex captain. O.A. Shah and Ed Joyce were a couple of young up-and-coming bats.
I think I was in the Caribbean watching the World Cup.
And Stamford was dreaming of taking over English cricket. Punch through. Gets 3 on this occasion from Kane.
Yeah, just a little bit too short there from Morgan, inviting the cut. He got away with one a couple of balls ago, and Jewel could only find Holman at backward point, but this time Kane finds the shorter boundary. He's going to get a little bit of protection out there now with a deep point, which I don't have a problem with. I think that's actually a smart play with the short boundary. Still got 2 slips and a gully.
Oh, nips that back up the slope, doing too much, but let's put a little bit of doubt into Kane's mind. Yeah, I agree that I think the backward point, the deep point now is the correct move. I was going to say I wondered if Middlesex just reached the point where, with the number of full balls that have been, do they need to come back off that fuller length slightly? This is a very good start. 73 for 1 in the 18th now. What a place to be, what a time to be alive. World Cup in the Caribbean, those are the days, aren't they?
2007, good year.
Oh, that must have been close. Nips up the slope. Shaves the off stump.
Yeah, some good skills there from Morgan, getting the ball nipping back up the slope consistently. 2 out of 2, and that's just a lick of varnish away from the off stump. That really is close. Arguably the finest leave of the lot.
I think he thought he had him. And watch that follow through of Morgan there. He was ready to celebrate. And now Stone was nearly ready to celebrate on that one. Just dies, and it's hurt Cracknell on the way through. It just died. And horrible one for the keeper. Oh, shorts, punished. Well, we said if you're going to be one or the other, be full, not shorts. But equally, with the number of 4 balls, it was a case of perhaps drag the length back slightly. He's just tried to push him back there with a short ball, but perhaps not the pace in this surface to do so.
No, that one's just sat up and asked to be hit. Stone trying to test out the middle of the pitch, trying to get it up and above the chest, trying to aim for the badge, but that one just sat up and asked to be pulled into the leg side for 4.
Good test here for Stone, isn't it? At the end of his 5th over, none for 26. You won't like the look of those figures. Couple of buttes we've seen from him so far, but I'd like to bunch a few more of those together.
Yeah, there's been some good stuff in there from Stone. There have been balls that just beaten the outside edge. And there's also been some terrific shots using the pace as well.
Yeah, I was going to say there's been some real positivity about Derbyshire's batting this morning, hasn't there? 78 for 1, having won the toss. Positive start for Stone's parent county, Nottinghamshire. They have Worcestershire 47 for 5 at New Road, 3 for Pennington, 2 for Tongue. Top 5 all gone. Roderick and Brooks together now for Worcestershire. Abbas opening the bowling. None for 5 from 5. Zach Knott's attack. Abbas, Pennington, Tongue, Patterson White, Lyndon James. Look through the second division scores in a moment, but Hampshire 61 for 2 at Sussex. South Coast Derby. Surrey are 84 for 1 against Warwickshire at the Oval. Somerset 76 for 2 against Yorkshire at Taunton, while Durham, who've had a tough time of it of late, they are 92 for 1 at Chelmsford. Durham desperate need of, well, certainly not a defeat at Chelmsford. They are 13 points behind Essex, second bottom Durham, third bottom Essex. Yorkshire also on 126, same as Essex. A Leicestershire debut for Stephen Eskenazi. A match against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 76 for 2. Phillips and Price gone. Charlesworth and Hammond together. A couple of wickets for Josh Hull. Grace Road in that one. That was loose. Franjul praised him, to be fair, on a couple that he's got away outside the off stump. Stretched for that one slightly. Wasn't really there for it. Glamorgan 82 for 2. Tribe has 52 of those. Ul Hassan and North East falling to Proctor and Broad. Quite as hard at that one. Jewel. Kent 66 for 1 at Canterbury against Lancashire. The scores from the second tier with, well, a group of teams just behind Leicestershire, hoping that they can push their way into Division 1 next year. Point set back on the offside as well, with the bowling from the nursery end, even the big boundary protected out there now from the 4 balls. But yeah, you couldn't wholly rule Gloucestershire out of it. I think they probably are just a little bit too far in terms of they've got to get above Derbyshire and Middlesex and Glamorgan to get up, so it's mostly those 3. Lancashire similarly. Northamptonshire's points wise, it's not the biggest spread, but it's just the number of teams you've got to get above when you're that far down. Nice into the over from Morgan, 20 bowled here. On the first morning at Lord's, drinks being run out. 79 for 1 it is. Derbyshire will be pretty happy with the first hour and 25 minutes.
Yeah, I think they'll be very pleased with the way that they responded. Lost the early wicket, Lewis Rees to Ryan Higgins, LBW. But since then, it's been all Derbyshire. They've managed to see out the seam options. Here's the wicket. Ryan Higgins, as we said, bowled wicket to wicket, pitched about middle and off, and I think it was pretty straightforward decisions for the umpire there, but seam bowlers have been picked off rather confidently by Derbyshire, so we're now going to see a bit of spin for the first time in the game today. Zafar Gohar, left arm orthodox, going to get his go from the pavilion end.
In some ways it's telling, isn't it? More than half an hour before lunch on the first day, they've gone to Gohar already. A little bit of control. I mean, clearly the scoring rate 4 and over, they'll be annoyed, Middlesex, with that.
Well, I think the scoring rate is what you get upset with when the wickets column isn't moving at the same pace. I think you're always happy or prepared to concede a few if you're creating chances and taking wickets. I think Middlesex will be frustrated that they haven't managed to do that yet.
Yeah, the rate they've scored at, it doesn't feel like they've been reckless in any way. They've been positive, and they've been put away balls that have been there to be put away. Middlesex haven't created the chances, the openings that they'd have liked. There's been the odd ball here and there, but as I said with Stone, of the couple of really good deliveries that we've seen so far, what he'd have really liked to have done was group those together, and that's what I think Middlesex overall. Higgins probably aside. And Morgan hasn't particularly done much wrong. But I do think that the 3 other seamers, Higgins aside, they'd have liked to have grouped a few more of those together as Higgins did.
I think it's just, it hasn't looked any like any trouble for the Derbyshire players to score at this rate.
Which says it's been served up to them, really.
I think the frustrating thing is that when there have been a couple of deliveries where Ollie Stone has beaten the outside edge. I think there was one where Ollie dragged one back in and trapped them on the thigh pad. Quick single, another one to the total. But when there's been those moments that you think that the Middlesex bowlers can build on, there hasn't been that sustained pressure. I guess what you're saying about trying to group them together. They haven't looked in any trouble, so you know, Ollie Stone might have beaten the outside edge, but then the next ball has been flashed through the covers for 4 or on driven for 4, and so the pressure has been released. All those boundaries that we've talked about, I should tot up how many there's been now, but it was running at about, I think, 13 boundaries already, and that just releases any pressure that you might want to try and build up.
Oh, now to some extent he's got away with that one, Morgan, but so's Kane, because he followed it slightly, didn't he?
That's the first really expansive shot that they haven't managed to put away. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce there for Morgan, but that could easily have been boundary number 14, even with the protection on the cover boundary.
That's nice. Follow up from Morgan. If the youngster can have a good over here, then his figures don't look too bad, do they? None for 11, 3.2. Can He just put together a tight over now.
Yeah, just try and wrest a bit of control back from Derbyshire here.
So I bowled again. Get back for 2. Deep point coming around down to deep third. Left-handed combination never helps a bowling unit either, does it? Just to settle on a line of length. This is good. He's there or thereabouts, isn't he, in this over? So that first one was a bit of a drag down, but he's followed up nicely.
And I think as well, there is that element of, you know, Morgan. Yes, he's a young Middlesex player, but playing his first championship match here on the ground. It'll take some getting used to for him.
Slightly over pitch there. They'll get through for the single. Five for 1. Just under half an hour to lunch on the first day. Side. This will be an interesting little tussle. Left arm around to the left-handed duel. Turning away off middle stump. Josh Carey's working on the ball there. He'll be hoping to turn his arm over in this one, but Holman, of course, is also they're playing as a batter at 3, Holman. Maiden first-class ton for the all-rounder this year. Carey's waiting on his first 3-figure score. He was racking up a row of 50s. Didn't get to the big one. Tickled fine. It's Morgan that's giving chase. Go back for 3. Cracknell alert.
Yeah, the runs just keep on coming for Derbyshire. Hasn't been too taxing an effort thus far.
Yeah, I mentioned it almost felt like it was the start of a new season this morning, pitching up at Lords, and Championship's back. It just felt like such a long time. And it was almost mischievously said, but also with some seriousness. it feels like the players have needed a pre-season for this, and there's perhaps an element of that about Middlesex. And again, all the talk about reducing games, reducing the number of games, it feels as though Middlesex have needed just haven't quite been at it this morning, have they?
Yeah, I think that the change in format might have something to do with it. As you say, returning to Lords, of course, Middlesex playing the vast majority of their recent matches either at outgrounds or away. So it's been a long time since they've been here. And then there's been the changes in the team. Two players obviously making their debuts. Seb Morgan just 18 and playing his first game on this ground, and Olly Stone on loan. He has played 6 other matches on the ground, but 4 of them are in the 100, so he hasn't exactly bowled long spells here. He has played 2 test matches here, so he does have experience of bowling on this ground.
Change of ends for Roland Jones, down to the nursery end for his 6th over. 5 from the pavilion to start.
But you do get the sense that Middlesex would have really wanted to make more inroads with that new ball. First morning, 10:30 start in September. They would have hoped to at least strike once or twice more than they have.
Nearly chipped back to the bowler. He checked it to some extent, Jewel, maybe just enough, and he's got the boundary. It's close.
Yeah, punch back towards the right hand of Roland Jones, and he almost got his fingers around it, but it was timed well, hit firmly. I think it just flicked the tip of the finger. Long way down for Roland Jones. I think that would have been a pretty special catch if he'd taken it.
His age, it's a long way back up as well, isn't it? Poor old fella. A warhorse over the years for Middlesex, no doubt about that. Boy, oh boy, has he got some overs under his belt in the last few years in particular. He had that little passage, didn't he, mid-career, where injuries were just cruel year after year for him and denied him a long, and I think what would have been a wonderful international career.
Yeah, the hope here with Roland Jones, he's got himself 2 slips and a gully. He's got some protection out at deep point, long boundary that way. You get the sense he's looking to bowl fairly straight here, not give the Derbyshire batters any more width, because they've been punishing anything wide so far.
Hand off on that for Jewel, just searching slightly.
But already here, 24th over about to be completed, and trying to think how Middlesex can make the breakthrough. It has looked very much like a batter's day thus far.
Well, I think we're in a position here for Middlesex where they have to look at that run rate first. 92 for 1 after 24. They want to be going at 2.5. They don't want to be going at 3.8. And I think that will be the first correction for them, and to some extent. So Zafar Gohar's introduction is a nod to that Elias Deploy having a chat with him and orchestrating the field now. I think Deploy will really want some control of this scoring rate through to lunch now, reset at lunch, get that afternoon session going again in a different way. And you can, as a bowling unit, you can come back in the half an hour after lunch and put it right, can't you? Because I reckon Middlesex would dearly love to go back to 10:30 and walk out again this morning. Yeah, it hasn't gone horribly wrong, but it just hasn't gone well enough, has it? I don't feel like the intensity's been there. Derbyshire, on the other hand, looking mostly untroubled and putting these shots away without any real effort or anger or risk would be the main word that I'd look to.
Yeah, I think this turn to spin, what it does, it forces the batter to take the proactive option. If they want to keep scoring at that rate, which they have near 4 and over, they're the ones who are going to have to be proactive about it. And I think that what they've been able to do thus far against the seam bowlers is, as we say, put away either the short ball or the over pitch ball with a bit of width. That's come to them fairly straightforwardly. And with the boundaries ticking off so easily, they haven't really had to, as you say, take any risks to get the scoreboard moving. I think that's where it changes a little bit with Zafar Gohar. If they want that boundary option, they're going to have to take a risk. Just the second maiden, I think, of the day. I know Ryan Higgins bowled one earlier. I think that might have been the only one. No, forgive me, Ryan Higgins bowled 2 maidens, and that is the third. So a little bit of control then for Lewis Deploy, and I think that's what he's looking for from Roland Jones as well. Bowling fairly straight, maybe just on off stump. Give him a chance. Sniff to those slips. He's got 2 slips. He's making a quick change or a slight change to the field. The gully's come out and has gone in to a short mid-off, I think would be the best way to describe that.
There we go. Offers one up and put away.
That's not ideal. I think Roland Jones, the previous over, bowled fairly straight. It's the width that Jewell has enjoyed there, able to throw his hands through that one, through the offside. It's a familiar story this morning, the ball flashing through the covers. Another 4 runs.
Better but well batted, dropping the single. That's the control that Derbyshire have found themselves in now.
outside the off stump there from Roland Jones. Determined not to give Kane another ball to drive. He's 39 not out from 64, and Jewel 47 not out from 64. And the boundary count, 15 boundaries so far today.
Hundred up for Derbyshire on the first morning. Yeah, it's a session that it feels like for Middlesex needs to quickly come to an end now with some control. Quietly and quickly come to an end. And then reset at lunch, get back out there with a little bit more intensity, a little bit more control on that off stump. Top ball, but 8 off the over, 100 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a very positive session for Derbyshire here at Lords. At Northampton, Glamorgan batting first, and they're 92 for 3, so a couple of wickets have fallen since our last update. From there, of course, Glamorgan currently sitting in second spot in the second division. We'll keep an eye on that throughout.
Nice start from Goha. 10 minutes before the interval, both batters will be thinking now about lunch. One, get themselves in, but two, don't expose your number 4 to a tricky over or two before the intervals. They'll just be going a little bit more into their shells at this point. Chance for Goha. Little short, little wide. Pick up 2. I feel like he's had more of a look at Jewel so far, the left-hander, so a chance here to have a look at Kane. Turning it against the slope, he's bowling from the pavilion end. So looking to get on grip. Turn away from the right-hander, but also bowling against the slope, so to some extent you'd be trying to just get a little bit of bounce there as well to put something into the batter's mind. There you go, there's one. Starts wide, so it's not troubling Kane. Well, why are you saying that? It didn't start that wide, actually. That has done a fair bit. Almost for the bowler, you need one just to do something, don't you? To give yourself that little bit of confidence in your flight and your pace of bowling. Often talk about putting one into the batter's mind.
Yeah, that's the one that just changes the game immediately. It just gets everybody thinking, oh, there is a bit of turn out there. It is possible. And so both bowler and batter will be affected by that, and the non-striker.
Nice. That's where he wants to leave it now, Gohar. So it's as much the pace and the flight for him as well, isn't it? He knows his length. Your length as a spinner's not really going to be that different all your line, but it's the flight and the pace. So that'll be in his mind now, but that'll be in the batter's mind as well. And Middlesex do, of course, have 3 spinners in this game. Only 2 for 1.
Well, if they can all find that kind of purchase off the straight, then I think they'll have a big part to play. At the moment, the seamers aren't making the biggest case for being thrown the ball.
I was going to say it's a massive blow for Middlesex. Williamson and Holden being unavailable for this game, not fit for it. But in some ways right now that almost looks as though it might have done the selection a little bit of a favour, because you have got 4 seamers and 3 spinners in the side. A little bit of in-dip on that.
Yeah, I think that's where Roland Jones wants to be. Talk about not giving any width. That's just outside the off stump. Bit of in movement in the air. And I think that's where you're going to try and get a bit of success here, taking that width away from these batters.
There you go. He's got to be on the stumps almost every ball this over now after that away swing. Well, in swing as it was to the left-hander, but with the slope just before lunch now. Always think of Roland Jones and the pavilion ends. I mean, whenever I think of the Middlesex's title win in 2016, the name and the image that's burnt on that year for me is Roland Jones. He did it with the bat as much as the ball, but it was pavilion end, seam bowling, nasty bowling. But later in his career now, swing has come more into his game. Guess it's almost Mercer-esque at the nursery end, isn't it? Just put it on that slightly fuller length. And if he's swinging it away, goodness knows he's got the ability to seam on back up the slope. Be pushing him away from the pavilion end just yet, but it is an end, the pavilion end, where you always think of a strike bowler just pushing a batter back, and then one that maybe just seams back with the slope and keeps a fraction lower as a result. I do think after lunch we'll see a better performance by Middlesex with the ball. I think they'll be tighter. I think they'll be more economical. Whether they were slightly undercooked this morning, I wouldn't use complacent for a moment, but some mornings you go out there and think, right, 10:30, come on, here we go, we're gonna get at them here, but it didn't quite happen today. You can sometimes see an interval, particularly first morning of a match. Lunch is a bit of a reset, and a side who might have had a good morning, 100 for 1, you all of a sudden come out after lunch, turn 1 into 2 and 120 for 3 actually. Gives you a little into this first innings.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance that they sort of expected things to happen a little bit. Early start, new ball.
Inside edge on that one.
I think there's that also that enthusiasm and that, you know, that desire to make inroads and to get the team off to a flying start, and when it doesn't quite go your way, it can slip away really quickly, and before you know it, you sort of you know, you're in this situation, 100 for 1, and not quite sure how they got there. So, as you say, chance for a reset.
Might be
always worthwhile.
Might be a few in there later. Not quite sure how they got there. The bowler's bar doing good business already. Didn't they know it was a 10:30 start? We've ticked past 12, haven't we? We'll let them off. Cut away. Just the single. That's nice from Go High. It's a good length, wasn't it? Just drawing, came into the drive. Tentative with it at the end. .105 for one after 29. There we go, the bowler's bar. The bell rung this morning at 25 past 10. Good business being done. There's a tube strike in London today, which may get in here to St John's Wood very, very difficult. King's Cross, the nearest main line. Well, Paddington, of course, as well. But depending on where you're coming from, it's not quite the usual day one crowd you'd see here at Lord's for a championship game. They've been very, very healthy this season. The first day of the season was extraordinary. There was steady reports of 4,000-5,000 all around the country in day one in.
Going to be spin from both ends then. Josh De Carey's going to come on from the nursery end just before lunch. I think this will be the last over before lunch. Bit of off spin.
He's played himself back into this side for Middlesex this year, De Carey's, hasn't he? The side to begin with, but he's come back with some really good performances with the bats. Gee, this would be a bonus if you grab him a wicket before lunch here. Just saw one, didn't we, really? Find some purchase for Gohar.
This is a bit of a freebie over here for De Carey's, just to really give it a rip, see if he can just find that bit of purchase to put a little doubt into the batters' minds. Doubt they'll be looking to take him on just yet.
As I say, the beauty of this one for Middlesex is the 3 spin options they've got. They've gone to finger spin before lunch with Gohar and De Carey's, but the wrist spinner Holman has come into it as well. Dot ball to finish that one, and it's a dot ball to finish the session. There go the Bales. Derbyshire session, no doubt. They won the toss and they won the morning session. 105 for one. Jewel just shy of the 50. So too came not to be for Rees, pushed back up the order by Derbyshire. Fine wicket for Higgins and a fine performance with the ball from Higgins. He was the pick for Middlesex. Quite comfortably, although an impressive start from Morgan, it has to be said. Do join us back just under 40 minutes here at Lord's, the live stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. Derbyshire winning the toss. 105 for one. Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, where Olly Stone has the ball in hand. Toby Rowland Jones is offering some advice on field placements at Lords. The bowling from the pavilion end with the left-handed Jewel on strike and on 49. It was Rowland Jones that got him going from the pavilion end this morning. And Higgins from the nursery, as Mark Lane in the background there. He'll have a few thoughts, I'm sure, on how Middlesex performed this morning. I think everybody would concede at Middlesex that wasn't them at their best. First up on the return to championship action, I'm Kevin Hands alongside me, Dean Wilson, for the first couple of days of this one. And Middlesex will be very much hoping to have a much better start, and indeed throughout this session this afternoon, than they had this morning. Two slips in place behind Jewel. Backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and it's Stone to Jewel. Oh, and very nearly getting through first ball, but instead it's a single which gets Jewel through to a 50. And get Annie against Middlesex in the return fixture earlier this season. But he's got a 50 at Lords, which, even to someone of Jewel's calibre, will mean something. 71 balls, 7 fours, and a very, very good knock. Having won the toss and got out there and put his side into a strong starting position for this match with 100 on the board already. Still a couple of slips for the right-hander as well. Stone on the spot once more. Dino, there's got to be a line in there. Stone to Jewel. One of us will come up with it.
Yeah, I think we're already mining the bottom of the barrel there, Kev. But terrific knock so far from Jewel. 50, not out. He's batted very nicely this morning. He put away anything, any width. He was all over it. 7 boundaries in that 50. But already at the start of this second session, I like the line that Olly Stone's bowling with. Much straighter, just tucking these batsmen up and keeping them playing straight, because I think that's where Middlesex came unstuck in this first session. Too much width, either too short or too full, but it was the width, I think, that was on offer that gave the runs away.
Good start. Skipper tumbling at mid-off.
Middlesex will have had a pretty comprehensive conversation during the lunch break about how they can stem the flow of runs. And maybe by building pressure, that's where they'll be able to pick up some opportunities to take wickets. That fielder there, deep point on the short boundary, is a positive move. I think it's not defensive, it's not just trying to protect bad bowling. I think what we've seen here is a good pitch for batting. It's a fast outfield, always is here at Lords, and that short boundary can be peppered so easily. By having that deep point, or a deep square leg for the right-hander, but deep point for the left-hander, he just pushed the ball from Stone out into the offside. It would have raced away for 4 had the fielder not been out there, but by having that bit of protection, it just keeps the pressure on, and that's why it's a positive position, as Middlesex just try and get a bit of control and try and find an opportunity to take the second Derbyshire wicket. we see the change in the bowling. We had one over from Josh De Carey's from the nursery end just before lunch. But we're going to go back to Ryan Higgins, the only wicket taker so far. Had Reece LBW 7 in his first spell. So he'll be looking just to keep things tight. Just the one slip in for Caleb Jewell. So you think that he's going to be bowling fairly straight, wicket to wicket. Maybe just seeing if he can bring the ball back in to the left-hander down the slope. Just the one slip, as I mentioned. Backward point, and then a deep point, not right the way back on the boundary, which is set just in front of the grandstand to our right. And then they've got two catches at a shortish cover and a shortish extra cover. And those two fielders, they're just a pitch width apart on the main pitch directly in front of the gates of the pavilion. Those two fielders there catching, waiting for maybe a slightly uppish drive, maybe ball stopping ever so slightly, give them a chance of a catch. Crowd would have gone up for that one. It was a bump ball, but that's exactly what they're there for. Hopefully looking for the mistimed shot in that area. Mid off and the mid on. Mid wicket and a long leg. Just to the left of the crane, working away on the Allen stand.
I have to admit, I was wholly distracted by the Allen. They've got through some work this morning, haven't they? All the seats are gone. The one of the two screens has gone.
Yeah, we should say that they've taken the seats out in a very methodical and respectful manner. They haven't ripped them up and hurled them onto the pitch in anger. Very methodical process going on there. And a chance just to look behind the scenes. We see these huge giant screens that normally have the scoreboard on one and then maybe the video pictures on the other. It's been pulled, they've pulled the screen back. And it's like the Wizard of Oz, there's nothing behind it.
Too bold, 108 for one. It was Toto, wasn't it, who went scrambling behind the curtain and pulled the curtain down. Little old fella on a bike.
Yeah, you can just see if we the crane just working its way up there. There's a couple of workers where the screen used to be, with the scaffolding behind the screen. It's yeah, bit of work to be done as the redevelopment of Lords continues. It's going to be Olly Stone to continue though from the pavilion end.
Goes short and going big is Kane. What a way to move to your 50. 6 over square. 89 balls, 50 runs. Harry Kane lifts his bat to that away balcony. It was a big test when he came in first thing this morning. Never won the toss, the early wicket of Reece, but came 107 minutes, 7 fours, at his first 6. Fine innings.
Yeah, that's the second short pitch ball that Stone has banged in to see if he can get it up and above the eye line. But on this surface, it's just sat up quite invitingly, and Harry Kane has accepted that invitation, put it away for 6. Shorter boundary. For a moment there I thought perhaps Zafar Gohar on the square leg boundary might be interested, but it was over his head. And 6 added to the score. 114 for 1, so hope of stemming this flow of runs not quite going to plan just yet.
Squared up a little by this, played it so it didn't really get up. Not quite sure he lined it up on that occasion. Didn't look too much of a deviation off the surface or through the air, or indeed any indifferent bounce. Oh, what bowls now. I think that's done too much and's going down with the slope as well. Stone imploring. But once again, Kane didn't really move, and to some extent on this occasion I think it saved him.
Jag back there from Ollie Stone. You can see just how much it moved. Did it move enough to go down the leg side? Not so sure.
On that last one, I think it looks a better appeal than I thought first up, and indeed from the replay behind the batter.
Hit him above the knee roll, but he's not the tallest of competitors. Here's Harry Kane. And he was stuck on the crease. The ball thudded in to that back pad right in front of the stumps, but umpire, is that Treadwell at that end? Not interested.
Certainly leg side this time, whether there was bat involved or not.
Yeah, good finish there from Ollie Stone. So apart from that 6 from the first ball, launched over deep square leg. Good over there from, well, certainly good 5 balls there from Ollie Stone. Big LBW shout. Definitely worth imploring the umpire, but James Treadwell unmoved. Stone search for his first wicket in a Middlesex shirt continues. Have one more look at this LBW shout from Stone, and yeah, as we thought, very close indeed.
carving at that one, Jewel. There it goes. Yeah. Look at this attempted cut from Jewel.
As we said, it's been width by and large that has given the Derbyshire batters their boundary scoring opportunities, and they've been very keen to throw their hands at anything wide.
Lovely. Really good from Higgins. But yeah, on that LEW appeal, I have to admit, first up I thought, no, pavilion end, it's going to be sliding down, and then saw it from behind, thought, yeah, angle's still against him, but front on, I pretty much think that was smashing into the top of leg. But maybe that sentence in itself is the benefit of the doubt that the umpire gave. Hitting top of leg, there's an element of doubt. Field's quite telling, isn't it? Mid-wicket there, fielding that ball. 2 in the covers. Sweeper at deep point. Long leg just pushed around because of the shorter boundary on that side. It's given a chance of cutting off a clip through square. But just the one slip and a fly slip at that. Barely made it to the keeper, which again I think tells a little bit of a story that there's not a great, we did mention, hasn't been much bounce today, has there? There's not a great deal of pace, I think it's fair to say, in this surface.
Yeah, I think it was particularly brave of Ryan Higgins to go for the bouncer there, but he got away with it. Maybe the surprise delivery. But he's trying to give Middlesex some control here, bowling wicket to wicket, and Stone follows suit.
She'll stay on leg side of that. Talked about that one that nipped down the slope to Kane, didn't do that much. So staying very leg side. The potential of that ball nipping down the slope, it's a dangerous one from Jewel if Stone can hold an accuracy around there. And there you go. Staying that far leg side. If that ball goes down the slope a little, all of a sudden you are searching.
Yeah, good call there, Kev. Just as you say, his feet, both feet outside the leg stump there as the ball went through to the keeper. I do like this line from Stone. Just keeping it a little tighter to the stumps.
And again, he's showing a lot of the stumps there. Angus Fraser explained it to me once that I think Michael Carberry was batting for Hampshire at the time, and he got out LBW to maybe Stephen Finn, Toby Rowland-Jones, right arm over from the pavilion end to the left-hander with the slope. He said, as a left-hander, you're feeling pretty unlucky if you get out LBW when the bowling's from the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket, because that ball has got to pitch and really straighten, beating your inside edge because of the slope. So the fact that Jules showing so much at the stumps here, he's creating a problem for himself, and I'm not quite sure where this has come from, because we didn't see this morning, but Jules prodding away at the surface, but it feels like, I mean, far be it from me to be telling Jules. It looks odd though. It looks really odd, and especially with the security that at Lords, the slope, you know, the ball's got to be doing a lot for you to be LBW, but he's fully offering the stumps to the bowler.
I mean, if you look at, it's quite an open stance. I think he has just opened up a little bit, just maybe to give himself a better way of seeing where the ball's coming from.
Just drops a fraction short there, and Jewel cashes in.
That's a really lovely looking shot there on the back foot. Got up on his toes, a little bit uppish. Maybe gave the cover fielder a slight sniff of a chance, but found the gap. That's another very well timed boundary. 100 partnership up between these 275 balls. 2 hours almost exactly. And then the dot to finish off there from Stone. I think it does feel as though Stone is finding a bit of a slightly better groove, but there is still boundary in each over, which is kind of hurting his figures. He definitely wants to get one in that wicket column. He thought he had one with the LBW appeal, but certainly I think Stone's line after lunch has been improved, but Middlesex still searching for that second wicket.
What do you think they're trying to advertise there? It's a nice steer, leg side from Higgins. 1, 2, 3 for 1.
Yeah, that one I think just slipped out the wrong way from Higgins. Short, wide, down the leg side. Bit of a long hop, truth be told, but very tidily put away, just flicked off the hips by Harry Kane. Another boundary. Ryan Higgins has had a good season with the ball, 36 wickets, an average of tick over 23.
Nearly dragged it down. Look at the bottom edge there. Has gone after a few. short ones. That was really short, and it hasn't massively got up, has it? Again, he's just dabbed down on that ball, hasn't he? Which again tells you a little bit about the bounce in this surface. There isn't a great deal of it. 124 for 1 after 36. Then came 55, Jewel 56. It's a strong position, a strong start for Derbyshire. Pretty strong footing up there as well, you'd imagine, for the cherry picker. Slowly picking apart the scoreboard, the advertising board. That just went up this year, didn't it, that one? It'll be put on top of the newsstand again, I'd imagine, next year.
To his 9th over then, Olly Stone. He's on a 2-game loan from Nottinghamshire to Middlesex, trying to get cricket under his belt. This is his first class game in a year. He's been struggling with a knee injury this summer. Has kept his involvement to a minimum. Played some T20 Blast cricket, and he played some games for London Spirit in the 100, but this is his first game with a red ball since September last year, test match last year.
Feels like he's in the hunt at the moment, doesn't it? More so even than he was this morning when he produced a couple of buttes. Maybe he's just more onto the stumps after lunch, is he?
Yeah, I do think he's actually bowled reasonably well after lunch. His 3rd over now. But in each of his previous 2 overs, there's been that boundary, isn't there? There's the pulled 6 over square leg, and then a punch off the back foot for 4 last over. But he's bowled relatively straight this over. Good first 4 balls. He had a really strong LBW appeal as well against Harry Kane. It was turned down, but we both felt up here it's probably a little closer than it first looked on initial viewing, but the umpire's view is the only one that matters. Stone's going to see if he can find some more success here.
Deep square and deep backward square back, deep square around to mid-wicket. I think that's as much an encouragement to keep that ball on the stumps from Stone as the chance of him dropping one in. In fact, I think they're going to move. Or are they? What's Deploy doing? Deploy's just settling in at square leg now. And as a result, deep square go around more to deep mid wicket, just out of shot. That's a very good over from Stone, much better. Much more what Middlesex needed. 124 for 1. A little look at those scores elsewhere just before lunch, but tightened up our focus on this one as we approach the interval. Let's see how the others are progressing into the afternoon. Starting Division 1. Kent have made, well actually no, start Division 2. Kent have made a good start. 154 for 2 against Lancashire at Canterbury, bottom of the table. Gloucestershire 145 for 2 against Leicestershire at Leicester. And Glamorgan 151 for 4 now at Northamptonshire, of which Tribe has 81. Couple of wickets for Proctor, one apiece for Broad and Ramesh. Kellaway there now on 21, sorry. Ace of Tribe's proven a pretty good find, isn't he, for Glamorgan? Just 21 years of age. Jersey born, Jersey cricketer indeed. Back-to-back centuries for Glamorgan. List A, 122 against Worcestershire and 131 against Leicestershire. Now on for a third century in a row for Glamorgan. Indeed, here's one for you, Tina. Look at this. His last 2 innings were for Jersey, one against Qatar and one against Papua New Guinea. So his recent run, this is the 4th innings in a row for Glamorgan where he hasn't dropped below 50. He's gone 71 against Essex, 122 Worcestershire, 131 Glamorgan, 175 against Papua New Guinea, 53 against Qatar, and he's 81 off not so many today in the 151 on the board for Glamorgan. So he's on for a 3rd century in a row, and he hasn't been out below 50 in his last 4 innings for Glamorgan. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Higgins with a gem to get rid of Jewell from around the wicket. And that will be a very fine feeling for Ryan Higgins, but for all of Middlesex and the skipper there, Lewis, to deploy an element of relief, especially the danger man Jewell.
Yeah, quality bit of bowling there from Ryan Higgins, using the crease, going very wide with that slightly round arm action. Look how wide he is, zeroing in on off stump, and maybe Jewell just not quite able to line things up as he had done so well throughout his innings. Terrific bit of bowling there from Ryan Higgins. Jewell's gone, bowled for 56, 124 for 2. Much needed 2nd wicket there for Middlesex.
He smashed it out of the ground there, the off stump, hasn't he? Which is a great feeling for a bowler, and especially to somebody like Jewell, Outstanding delivery. Good cricket from Higgins. Very good start from Derbyshire and from Jewell, but Middlesex with that desperately needed breakthrough after lunch. 35 minutes it's taken. It brings Wayne Madsen in his 500th match out to the middle. Still racking up the runs this season, Madsen. Mentioned earlier his stats, Jewell just tipping in with an average of 49.5 for 940 runs, but Madsen's 928 runs. So just behind Jewell on the run count, but very much tips him on the averages. 54.6 Madsen's average this year. Middlesex would love to get rid of him early.
Well, no better way to celebrate your 500th match than with that big 0 next to your name. That's what Middlesex will be hoping for. But I think Wayne Madsen is far too experienced for that. He'll be wanting to build on this superb foundation that Harry Kane and Caleb Jewell have laid. 124 for 2. It's a good position for Derbyshire here on day one of this County Championship Division 2 clash. Ryan Higgins, who is now joint leading wicket taker in the division, will start from the nursery end. Wicket maiden then for Ryan Higgins. He's picked up both scalps so far here at Lord's. And I just think that it was the clever use of the crease that got rid of Jewell. Just didn't really line it up. Played inside the line. I don't think, the ball did just come down the slope. But it was the angle from which it was delivered. I don't think it did anything more than that. But Jewell just struggling to line it up. Played inside the line, it clattered into off stump. So clever bit of bowling there from Ryan Higgins, his 37th wicket of the season. Can Olly Stone follow it up?
Yeah, I think he did him. Not that the ball particularly did a great deal, but as you say, that angle very wide on the crease, round the wicket. Looking to really move it back in. It didn't. It just held its line. It went straight on, didn't it? And smashed that off stump out of the ground. It wasn't just clipping the outside of off, was it? It thumped into the middle of it. Good and clever cricket from Higgins, it suggests. Six need a bit more of it.
It was a curious field there or a slightly different field, I should say, for Harry Kane. He had 3 men out on the leg side boundary, but Wayne Madsen, the new batter, to the middle. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. We're going to ask the mid wicket to come over and join the fun in the cordon, maybe in a gully. We'll wait for Ryan Higgins to settle into position. Yeah. Wide 5th slip maybe.
Nice times to be running into the new batter as well. The lights changed dramatically here. So one thing I didn't think I'd be saying at all today, there's a heavy old rain cloud Sat in front of the sun, just over the top of Old Father Time, and there's columns, sheets of rain falling from that cloud at the moment. I think it will just drift past us to the south. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's changed the conditions momentarily here at Lord's. Certainly the light, but it's a heavy cloud cover.
Hands on head from Stone. He thought he might have squeezed one between Madsen's bat and pad, but just takes the inside edge out into the leg side. And it's prompted an immediate switch in the field. So mid-off has now gone in to mid-wicket. So Olly Stone is really targeting those stumps. Got a man on the catch at mid-wicket. Madsen's smart enough just to pick up the single into the offside and get himself to the other end. And his work is underway. One not out as the field changes once more. Those three men on the leg side boundary, back there, long leg, deep backward square leg, and a deep mid wicket. So, as I say, Stone looking to bowl straight. We'll see what length he comes up with.
Well, that's punched up on his toes and gets it away through point for another boundary.
Good looking shot there from Harry Kane, just a little too wide outside the off stump, allowing him to get onto the back foot, cut it away. He sort of punched it off the face really, but there'll be frustration there because they've moved the field around and left gaps in the offside. Kane was very happy to take advantage.
There's that rain falling over the back of Old Father Time there. As I say, I think it'll keep slipping away in the direction that that plane's flying in from. Nice little glint of sun. Glimmer of hope for Middlesex with a wicket this afternoon from this man. Need a couple more though, don't they?
Certainly do. They also want to try and take advantage of the new batter. No better way to stem the flow of runs than to take wickets. But there's still a boundary ball in each of Stone's last 3 overs.
Here comes the sun. Well, we're not far from Abbey Road, are we? Something upset Madsen there for a moment, steps away. I don't know if it's a fly or something, but he's certainly fiddling with the front of his helmet. Ooh, cheeky single. Ploy got his left hand to it, the ball just deflected behind him. There you go, that cloud, rain cloud. It was a heavy one. It only would have been a short, sharp shower had it have hit us, but as I say, it was as much the change in the light. You can see the chandeliers in the pavilion really shining through from the committee room on the left. The writing room on the right, the bottom below the away balcony. Almost picture perfect again over Lords. Good from Higgins again. He's relentless, isn't he, on that off stump. His economy attests to that. To some extent, it's almost slightly more expensive than usual economy for Higgins on the board today. He's 2 for 25 in his 12th. About 2 and over, it's there or thereabouts for Higgins. Can often go a lot cheaper than this. I think it's fair to say if you're a couple of inches taller, he'd be in that England side, wouldn't he? Very, very good cricketer.
Yeah, he's been more than a handy cricketer for a long time now. He's been the mainstay of this side and contributes with bat and ball. He had a terrific season with the bat, I think last year, and this year the ball is doing the talking. As I said, he's the leading, or the joint leading wicket taker in the second division with 37 wickets, joint with the man he dismissed first thing this morning, Lewis Rees, also with 37 wickets. So he'll be looking to add, well, it's a bit of a contest at the top of the table between the two of them throughout this game. We'll see who ends up on top, but we're going to get a bowling change. So Olly Stone finishes his second 5-over spell for 45, and Toby Rowland-Jones, former skipper, is going to come back in from the pavilion end. See if he can winkle out another wicket. 2 slips, gully, ring of 3 on the offside.
Yeah, so back to the pavilion end where he started. It feels like this is a big spell now. The 40th over of the innings. There'll still be enough in that Duke ball to really offer assistance for Rowland-Jones. We've seen swing from him. There's been a little bit of seam movement today, not a lot. It's quite a straw colour. First thing this morning when I saw this pitch, there was a little bit more green on it, but they obviously had a late trim. It looks about it, doesn't it, on the camera there, and it is.
Very inviting for the batters. Not a huge amount of pace in it, but they've been able to trust the bounce for any width that they've had.
One of the great difficulties is you leave some grass on this as a ground staff, and then all of a sudden there's heavy cloud cover this morning. You know, the light's bad, the ball's hooping around, and there's grass on it. Oh, it's a shocking pitch, isn't it? You know, 10:30 start. It's all there in the bowler's favour. At the moment, as it's played today with the sun out, it's slightly favoured the batters. But again, you know, the way that Lords plays, if you had the heavy overheads, you could well imagine, especially with the 10:30 start this morning, you could well imagine the bowlers would have rattled through. The ball might have just zipped through that little bit more. But Derbyshire cashing in at the moment on winning the toss. Crucial for Middlesex to somehow get rid of Madsen early on before he gets set. Picks up another single there. Kame's going really well as well. Brought up his 50 with a 6. but it's felt throughout as though there's enough in it for the bowlers. And the word that I used all morning was grouping those deliveries together, grouping the landings, which I don't think Middlesex had done this morning, and still at this stage is only Higgins regularly doing it.
Yeah, you're right. There has been a bit of inconsistency from the seamers. It's reflected in the figures, the number of boundaries that have been hit. But you'd have to say that they have definitely brought more control to things after lunch. The run rate has just dipped down throughout the session. There's still a couple of boundaries off Stone's bowling, but both Ryan Higgins and now Roland Jones are just giving Middlesex a bit of control. They're setting their field very specifically. There's been quite a few changes from batter to batter, but the plan very much seems to be to try and bowl straight here, wicket to wicket, and try and build some pressure.
And there we go, another 4-ball. Madsen's first boundary. Not the first boundary Middlesex have conceded today.
And that's the release of pressure there. Short, wide enough outside the off stump for Madsen to cut it away up towards that short boundary on the offside. Going to take much to reach it. They decided against a deep point for the new batter, but could have done with him there.
Just not been added today, Middlesex, as a bowling unit. This man has been virtually stood alone, but again, that first ball of the over, it's been un-Higgins-like. Oh, now that nearly got through again. Toe end of the bat, Madsen has a look at. First one perhaps, where he just felt it kept a fraction low. Not massively really, I'd say it was more to do with the shot, the lining up. Wasn't really there for what Madsen was playing. Got himself into a bad position, I'd suggest. That is a glorious shot. Straight to the mid-on, down the grounds. 4 more for Madsen.
Can't complain about that one. Really good shot there. Full face of the bat. Front foot out towards the pitch of the ball. Held the pose and watched it run away. Past mid-on for 4. Gorgeous stroke that from Madsen. Nice way to start the innings. Up to 11 off 15 and looks in good touch.
I think there's a culmination of things here today, but Middlesex, I don't know whether it's just they look undercooked with the lack of cricket, the return to the championship game. Just look a little flat out there in the field, don't they? It's almost a shock to the system for us all. All championship cricket's back. So he pitched up at Lord's this morning. It felt like the first day of a new season. It'd been so long. There we go. Better from Higgins. Just slides away down the slope and away from the right-hander. 140 for 2.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Kev. It's a been a while since they've all been playing red ball cricket, but they have been playing cricket. I mean, maybe with the exception of, well, Roland Jones did play and then, as you say, left the field, but you know, Seb Morgan, Ollie Stone was in the 100, played a bit of T20 Blast. Seb Morgan played in the Metro Bank. Obviously Ryan Higgins has been in and out of different formats, but they have been playing cricket, and I'm not sure it's you know, at this stage of the season to not be ready to go.
Well, they don't like switching between formats, do they, cricketers? I know I speak to any of them, they really don't like that. T20 to Championships is the biggest change. List A, those that have been playing List A, like Roland Jones, although he did have that little niggle that had him walk off the field at Radlett a few weeks back. But yeah, they don't like the change up between formats. You often talk about the Test side, don't you, being undercooked, you know, going into a series. I've played a first-class game. That's steered away again. Width from Roland Jones and punishment from Kane.
Yeah, that's the width that has hurt Middlesex all day. That's what Derbyshire have feasted on throughout this innings so far. That extra width that was allowed Caleb Jewell and even Wayne Madsen in the previous over. They've been able to tuck into anything wide, and more often than not it's raced away to the boundary. So the run's starting to flow again here for Derbyshire. 144 for 2.
In the edge. Good tumbling stop there, Josh de Carey's. It's one of those wickets, which it sounds strange to say because you could say this for a lot of wickets, but if you remain on the spot, there's not much there for the batter, and there could be a lot for the bowlers, but as soon as you stray, we've seen it with short balls, we've seen it with wide balls today. Long half volley's been put away.
A sign of good pitch for batting. Margin for error is just not there.
Fifth wicket's fallen for Glamorgan as well. It's not Tribe, he's still going. May well be close to his century now. '91 not out. He is. Kellaway's the man gone. Bowled Harrison for 23. Kellaway. Cook there with Tribe now on 91. 170 for 5. Glamorgan at Northamptonshire. Now that would put the cat amongst the pigeons if Northampton were to do something there in that game against Glamorgan. Otherwise, Glamorgan against Derbyshire and then Glamorgan against Lancashire. But if Northamptonshire could tighten it up for everybody. Oh, look at that, come hooping back in from Roland Jones, and he's got him. A peach of a delivery. Middlesex's main man over recent years, the strike bowler, strikes with a crucial blow here to get rid of Kame on 64.
Yeah, a bit of movement there from Roland Jones. The ball coming through, bit of in swing. Kame drives, and it just takes the edge as it goes through to the keeper. Really good catch there. Diving to his left, Cracknell. Yeah, good bit of work there from Middlesex. Roland Jones been doing it for a long time, absolutely delighted. Third wicket down, and it's Harry Kane, gone for 64. 121 balls, 4 boundaries, 10 boundaries, and 1 6. 144 for 3.
It's a funny one. Roland Jones, the last couple of years, swinging it in from the pavilion end. Over the years, you've just thought him hitting that deck hard and that seam movement, jagging it back in, but really has been given a fair bit of swing the last couple of years. And we saw that away swing from the nursery end, in swing for him there from the pavilion with the wind at his back. And it was a beautiful ball. So Brooke Guest will join Madsen. And Middlesex just have a slight opening here with 2 new batters at the crease. Madsen just getting himself in. He's got a couple of good boundaries under his belt, but there were a couple of nervy moments as well.
Yeah, that'll be the wicket that Middlesex wanted. Harry Kane had looked pretty good while he was out there. Let's say 10 fours and 1 6. And he was starting to motor again. He'd hit the boundary earlier in the over, but Toby Roland Jones has his man. What can Ryan Higgins do now?
Run away nicely. Madsen over the top of it. Downhill all the way. Painful chase for Gohar.
Yeah, just opened the face ever so slightly there, Wayne Madsen. I think one of the other things about the way that they scored their runs, I mean, they found the gaps by hook or by crook. Fast outfield here at Lord's. Zafar Gohar chasing hard. Can't pull it back in.
Hints of in-swing there. In again. the over. 148 for 3. Top tier of the pavilion. Settled in for a good afternoon of cricket here at Lords. Max Holden and Jack Davies sat down in the background there. Jack not selected in the matchday squad, and Max not fit for this one. Had a slight injury in the 100. Noah Cornwell sitting down in the middle of them. Not a bad spot to sit in. Spend your Monday afternoon either. In the shadow of the turret. A bit of bounce on that one. Lift again in that for Roland Jones. Life in the old dog yet. Not sure whether I'm referring to the bowler or the pitch.
There's still plenty of life left in Roland Jones. See how happy he was to pick up another scalp. Got some serious skills here.
That's nicely pushed away. Really lovely shot. Look at that. Up the hill all the way, popping over the rope. And a first boundary for Guest, another one for Derbyshire in the 150 up.
Yeah, lovely looking shot there. We've seen plenty of them so far today. The offside has been peppered by the Derbyshire batters. Guest now in on the act. Confident start.
Bowls him! Guest's gone. A boundary the ball before. And then the next one clips the outside of off. And a welcome reward for Toby Roland Jones.
2 wickets in 2 overs for Roland Jones. Again, just using that angle, the ball just coming down with the arm. Guest playing inside it. And you just get the sense that Roland Jones didn't appreciate being popped through the offside for the ball before. He's responded in the perfect way. Pumps the fists. And that's 2 wickets in 2 overs for Toby Roland Jones. Guest has gone for 4. 152 for 4. And all of a sudden, scorecard looking a lot more favourable to the Middlesex supporters.
Well, he really battered his way through that one, didn't he, Roland Jones, from front on it. Looked so it was just clipping off, but it was blasting its way through the middle and off, wasn't it, that one? It was a beautiful ball. This is a look front on it. You just thought, well, he's just beaten the outside edge of the bat. He's just clipped the off stump, but when you see it from behind, absolutely hammers through the middle of off and middle stump.
Guess finishes up with his bat nice and straight, but at the moment when it came through to try and connect with the ball, tilted at an angle, coming across the plane, and that made it too difficult for him to get bat on ball, and the ball clattered in to the stumps. Good bit of bowling from Roland Jones, but I guess we'll wonder how he's ended up in that position.
Martin Anderson back at Lords, a century against Middlesex earlier this season. He'll be keen to go again. .152 for 4. 4 though has been the magic number today though, hasn't it? The 4 balls are what we talked about before lunch. There haven't been as many after lunch from Middlesex, and well, I think when they've bowled wicket to wicket, it's been a different game. As soon as you offer a little bit of width, and the batters are in business. There's the wind that's blowing in from behind the pavilion. And that cloud cover in the background of the MCC pennants there above the grandstand, it's not as bad as it looked from that angle, looking up into the heavens. There's a couple of bands of greyer cloud, but not much. Mostly clear blue sky. Sure, that's what this young man will want to get his teeth into another spell. None for 15 from 4. Be keen to keep a tight economy here and pick up where he left off this morning. Got off to an encouraging start, just dragged that one down a little. But he was mostly there or thereabouts.
I think bowling straight on this pitch is where you're going to get your rewards. LBW 2 bowled, and even the caught behind was a very straight ball just outside the off stump.
There you go. If you can leave it there, then I think you're in the game as a bowler. Back to basics really, isn't it? Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, it's been a far better effort from Middlesex after lunch.
There again, look at Madsen rolling the wrists into the onside from pretty wide outside off. .47 for 3 in this session so far. Which has been an hour and 15 minutes. We did say at the end of that morning session, you do get that second bite just after lunch where you can reset as a side and go again and maybe have a side 120 for 3. Just feel like you're in the game again. Well, 150 for 4. There is a chance for Middlesex. It's to try and wrestle back that control, drag down that run rate, maybe push up that wickets column. Problem for the batters. toe end of the bat. Has it been split? I think new bat is being called for by Wayne Madsen. And there we go. Look at the chunk out of that. Now, was that the ball that he tried to roll the wrist on and drag it into the onside? Come on, hold it up for us, Wayne. Let us all have a look. There we go. Look at that. Thumped a bit out of the bottom of that one. There you go. Bottom of the toe end there. Big old chunk. Knocked out, and you're in Donald's, running out the replacements for Wayne Madsen. Width cut away. The sweeper back. Let's have a look, see if we've got any clues on that previous ball. Watch that inside toe end of the bat there. Oh, there we go. Oh, clump. Down the track it goes. Oh, is that still on a length now? Has someone moved that? It's a good marker, isn't it? Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. On the walk, Anderson. Nearly walking back to the pavilion. Oh, that would have been a horrible way to go, wouldn't it? Kick of the dirt. President's box, one door open. Anybody home? Anderson went well against Middlesex earlier this summer. I think you looked up that Madsen game. It was his second game, wasn't it, for Derbyshire, and it was 2009, not 2007, which was my punt.
Yeah, he'd spent a couple of summers playing club cricket. He played first-class cricket in South Africa. Played a couple of summers of club cricket in 2007, 2008. And then got his chance with Derbyshire. And yeah, that was the second first-class game for them. He started off very brightly, 40 and a 50. And he's still going. 16 years later. And playing his 500th professional cricket match, including 4 T20 internationals. Great effort from the 41-year-old. Madsen is 41. Still going strong. Of course, he's not the oldest operating in the professional game this season. We've seen Jimmy Anderson, of course, still going strong for Lancashire, playing in the 100 as well. And then Ravi Bapare's 40. Nice looking shot there from Madsen through the covers. I think that's going to run away up the slope all the way to the cover boundary. So another boundary to the score. Madsen, who, as we mentioned, playing his 500th game, and he looks to be in fine fettle. That cover drive straight out of the textbook. We'll try and think of a few more.
Nips back in. So this is off the surface rather than the late swing that we've been seeing from Roland Jones. Maybe it was just the... Yeah, it was late swing just before pitching. Chris Wright, he's turned 40.
Ah yes, Chris Wright, he's
in July.
Still going. So, as I did mention, Ravi Bapare's playing white ball cricket for Northamptonshire. Just got another 100 under his belt. There was some knock from him the other night to beat Surrey and knock them out of the blast and send Northamptonshire to finals day.
Nothing doing on this occasion, but it wasn't far.
Good shout there by Seb Morgan. Pitches in line, just nips back. It's pretty close, but just a bit of doubt in the mind, maybe just slipping down the leg side.
Umpire's call, maybe, if they'd have gone upstairs.
Yeah, I think probably right. It's the second close shout today. But as we've said, I do think that's where you're going to get your success, bowling wicket to wicket. So we've named a quartet of 40-plus-year-old players. I'm sure there might be one or two others.
I'm scouring right now the lineups this current round.
Young men's game.
My first summariser was Chris Wright. Young man carrying the drinks for Middlesex as he was at the time. And nipped in, did a stint of commentary with me in a tent at Uxbridge. Then all of a sudden another youngster nipped his head round the tent, said, "Oi, Righty, where are you? Give me a hand with the drinks." Nick Compton saw what he was doing, handed Wright the drinks and picked up the mic and got on with it himself. Never put it down thereafter, Compo.
And you were already 40 at the time.
Yes. The painful one for me was when Stephen Finn retired and saw his debut, and then when Finney retired, yeah. Oh dear. Getting a bit long in the tooth yourself. But Wright's not far off. I certainly didn't see his debut, but yeah, when Righty retires, that's another one where you start to feel a little on the old side yourself. Oh, was the bat involved? Did he just get the bat down? Well, no, Madsen, I think, signalling that it was going down leg, that it had really nipped back in.
That's another good shout from Morgan, full of length. The angle maybe just flirting with the leg stump. Again, one you feel that could have gone either way. So far they're not going Middlesex's way.
No one does get some bad on it. He's getting it to do a bit. And Morgan.
Yeah, good over that from Morgan. Getting into his work now. He started off loose outside the off stump, but he's tightened up and he's going wicket to wicket, asking questions of the batters, asking questions of the umpires. And yeah, doing a good job for his team at the moment. Middlesex definitely exerting a little bit more control after picking up those 3 wickets after lunch.
There's Anderson on the walk again. That'll get a word from Roland Jones walking down the pitch to him. There you go. That'll get more than a word. Well, they won't want lightning to strike twice for Anderson. With the century early this summer. Short from Roland Jones and put away. No word from the old boy this time. He turns around, he knows he dragged that one down.
Yeah, I think that was an emotional delivery there from Roland Jones. I'm not sure he appreciated the advancing of his former teammate. Umpire Peter Hartley at square leg told him to get back to his mark. And then came the drag down.
Sliding down again.
You get the sense that Roland Jones would really love to add this wicket to his collection. Little appeal there, but I think that one just sliding down the slope past the leg stump. But Roland Jones 2 for 50. Love to turn that 2 into a 3 up against his old Middlesex teammate.
By October 21st, Keith Barker will be in his 40th year. Am I clutching now?
Yeah, that's the, yeah, we're clutching. But it's great to see players like Keith Barker, Wayne Madsen, Chris Wright, you mentioned, James Anderson. They're all exceptionally good at what they do and are able to keep going, but it just shows the love that they have for the game as well.
Oh, that's tight and it's gone. Anderson departs and look at the celebration from Roland Jones. Beats the inside edge, a century early this summer against his former county. Not to be on this occasion, and delight for Middlesex as they find a 5th.
What a spell this is turning into from Roland Jones. His 3rd wicket, nips back down the slope. Anderson on the front foot, but the ball not really getting up enough and hits him in front of the stumps. Did he maybe get outside the line? I'm not so sure.
Was there an inside edge there?
Good bit of bowling here from Roland Jones. And the umpire, James Treadwell. Yeah, he doesn't feel like he's got outside the line. Big appeal. And Roland Jones wheels away in delight. Oh, he enjoyed that one. A few words before with Anderson, once of this parish. He's gone for 8. 166 for 5. And Roland Jones, 3 for 50. And he's just turned things Middlesex's way, as he so often has down the years. And Middlesex have had a session to behold after lunch.
Well, they have, and I think that perhaps backs up a little bit our criticism this morning, that this is what you thought Middlesex were going to come out and produce this morning. They're doing it this afternoon. They just weren't quite at it this morning. They got that early breakthrough. Maybe they got carried away. And sometimes that is what leads to the 4 balls. You get carried away. You're hunting wickets rather than just getting it right. And it's a different feel now, isn't it? There's chatter out there, there's smiles. And there's a laugh as well. Job's not done yet. 5 down, Madsen's still there. Anashdal joins him, but Roland Jones has 3. And in the 49th over, Middlesex starts to be getting a little bit greedy now. Turn 1 into 2, and all of a sudden, 100 on the board at lunch, only 1 down. Middlesex will be thinking there'll be a fair few down by the time they hit the second 100. Effort ball maybe dragged down. Dragged wide, but a wicket. To really continue the fine efforts of this spell. No, it beats the inside edge, doesn't it? I did wonder for a moment on one of the replays, did I just see a double deflection there? But no. It just nipped back and beat that inside edge, thumped it in the front pad and hit it in line. I'd say, were DRS available, they might have gone upstairs, but it would have at very least been umpire's call. That's not going to be an umpire's call anywhere in the world.
Well, it's been a terrific spell for Roland Jones. 5 overs, 3 for 19 in this spell. And that's exactly what you're looking for from your most senior and experienced bowler, been leading this attack for many a year, and he's come up with the goods again with this spell. And we've been talking about this coterie of young fast bowlers that Middlesex have got, all desperate to get out there and show what they can do. Well, all they need to do is take a leaf out of Toby Roland Jones's book. What he's been able to produce for Middlesex down the years, that is the template, and he's still doing it.
They'll scamper through. Oh. That was a good effort.
I think the ball passed the stumps at a point when the batter was short of his ground. I think had it been on the stumps, that would have been very, very close. As it was, the throw wasn't in the same postcode.
Well, this is the thought of a run out. This is how close it all was. He was gone by a long... Edged! And out of reach. Dahl off the mark with a boundary, but the least convincing boundary of the day from Derbyshire.
Yeah, Morgan will chalk that one up as a win for him. Bat played well away from the body. Just pushed his hands at it. Thick outside edge. I think it would have been a tough catch even if they'd had 3 slips in there. But a bit of encouragement for Morgan. I want to get his name on this score sheet now.
Well, Roland Jones' throw was off target. This is probably why. Oh no, that's the edge. Even the ground staff, the workers on the building site had their hands on their head there. Missed that first time. Which one's this one? This is Roland Jones. Got it. Whoops. Yeah, just never quite had the balance, did he? He was doing his best to get that throw away early. And actually did a really good job of it. If he'd have thrown down the stumps there, we'd be calling it spectacular, wouldn't we? But that's because he didn't have that balance to get the throw away. He just got his balance at the pavilion end, though. Which one? I'll turn Dino's off.
Another terrific delivery there from Roland Jones. Causing all sorts of problems now. Getting that ball to move in towards the right-handers. Squared up Madsen. Sixth over of this spell from Roland Jones. 3 wickets.
Another one. Worked away, and a fine piece of fielding down there by Zafar Gohar. Takes a bit of the turf with him, but he'll be forgiven that. Time was running tight on that boundary rope.
Morgan to continue then from the nursery end. He found the outside edge of Dow's bat in the previous over. What can he do here?
Just a fraction too straight at the moment, isn't he? Morgan wrapping those pads, but all of them drifting down.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all, actually. I think this is more or less where he wants to be. I do think that straight is where the rewards are to be found here. Maybe off stump rather than middle, but he's doing okay.
Should just be a couple. Yeah, it's a bit like a length, really, isn't it? On, you know, a bit, if there's a bit in the overheads or the pitch is offering a little, there's a bit of swing. You want to be a fraction too full rather than a fraction too short. And similarly at the moment, Morgan from the nursery end as well, with the slope falling away from leg stump to off, you want to be a fraction too straight, not a fraction too wide. There you go. That's the spot. I think his groupings all the way through have been pretty admirable today. That was the criticism we had of Middlesex this morning. Just not getting enough good balls regularly on a spot. This young man's done a very good job of it.
Another good over there from Morgan. And Roland Jones going to continue. This will be 7th over of this spell. Squeeze as much as he can out of it. He's doing such a good job.
Oh, now was the bat involved? No, there wasn't. He's gone, and it's Madsen, and it's Roland Jones again. Huge wicket, and a huge afternoon after what was a tough morning for Middlesex. They have come bounding back at Derbyshire here.
Another LBW decision for Roland Jones. Again, that ball angling in, zeroing in on the pads, a little bit straighter than the previous. As we have a look there, yeah, gets him on the back pad, right in front of the stumps. And Treadwell sticks his finger up, and Madsen's on his way. So his 500th professional game, and he's got to go for 25. LBW to Roland Jones, 177 for 6. And what a spell this is from Roland Jones. He's into his 7th over from the pavilion end, and he has taken 4 for 21. And he is doing one hell of a job for his side. Really good bit of bowling. He's just had that ball moving, just tailing in towards the right-handers, swinging in. But you just got to get your angles right. And on that occasion, beats the inside edge of the bat, beats the front pad, and well, there wasn't far for the ball to go when it hit him, Madsen on the back pad. So he's gone 177 for 6, and a completely different complexion on things after lunch, thanks to Toby Roland Jones.
Well, here's a man that, when watching Middlesex bowl this morning, I fancied Zach Chappell. Might have had a fair bit of fun, and I think he still might now. Having looked at the way this afternoon has panned out, Middlesex have bowled an awful lot better, almost immeasurably better than they did in the morning session. Line and length, wicket to wicket, and they've just challenged top of, well, it's almost top of middling off, let alone top of off. It's been a much different game now that Middlesex have found their mojo this afternoon. Certainly this man has 4 for 54, and it's one of those Roland Jones purple patches of renown. Smiles in the bowlers' union. The days of not bumping a fellow bowler may well have gone, but Chappell walks down the pitch there to Roland Jones. I did think, was that going to be a feisty encounter between the pair? It might still be at some point, but a smile to begin from Roland Jones. Thank you. That was what I had in mind. I assumed it was good leave. Especially that late swing that Roland Jones has been getting today. There's that in swing. Well kept out. A maiden, a wicket maiden for Roland Jones. 4 for 54 in 15. The first maiden of the day for Roland Jones. Again, that's an unusual one, but just illustrates once more what an improvement we've seen in the Middlesex attack this afternoon.
Would you keep him on for one more? I think that's the conversation he's having with the captain.
Wrestle away a fifer, the chance of a fifer. I think you've got to give him one more go, haven't you? Two pretty new batters.
Yeah, the difference between a 7th and an 8th over. You'd think he could go to the well again.
Width there from Morgan. Pick up a couple for Dahl. So for Gohar out on the boundary rope, there is called into action pretty early in the piece this morning, wasn't he? Which, again, as you look back on it and reflect on it, it marks the difference in the morning spell and the afternoon spell from the seamers. Troy was almost forced to go to Gohar this morning.
Yeah, he was, and he did the job for the captain as well. He did just stem the flow of runs. And then after lunch, the seamers have really stepped up in a big way, led by Roland Jones, but I think Seb Morgan's doing a fine job for his team as well.
Well, in some ways, it almost ruthless from the skipper, isn't it? 35 minutes before lunch on the first morning, you throw the ball to your left arm finger spinner. That's a statement to the seamers. That was not good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ryan Higgins does what Ryan Higgins does, but scant support elsewhere.
Oh, that goes up and over. Slashed it at Dahl. Did anyone notice? What do you mean? What's going on? Expensive ball, boys. Just a little bit of that accuracy. Maybe again towards the end of the spell he knows and he's going searching for it. It's better. Back on the spot to finish the over. 7 off it. 184 for 6. 10 to tee. Now, has Roland Jones got another one in him? It looks like it, yep. Off comes the sweater and the cap. And the hunt for a 5 for continues for now, Roland Jones. Well, there you go. Picture paints 1,000 words. Big gulp before the start of another set of 6. Dahl nudges the single, so it's back to the fast bowlers union. Chappell come on to strike. Much like Roland Jones, a batter will bat up at 8. I think he ever went up to 7, Roland Jones, but 8 was regularly a spot for him. And in this game, he'll be down at 9 again. In fact, he may even be down at 10. Seb Morgan showing some real potential with the bat as a genuine all-rounder. Scorecard's got him in at 10 as it's handed to us, but I have to fancy that Morgan may well be in ahead of Roland Jones. There's a pretty nice balance to this Middlesex side. As touched on earlier, Kane Williamson and Max Holden not fit for this one, so the selection was almost forced, but the four seamers, the three spinners, and with, again, Roland Jones coming in at 10, Zafar Gohar coming in at 8, whether it's Morgan or Roland Jones at 9, either way, that's an awful lot of batting down to number 9, number 10. You wonder, might Morgan even come in ahead of Gohar? Brilliant from the youngster, bags of enthusiasm and plenty of energy. Stone in the foreground, you'd imagine if it's not the next, then thereafter he'll be replacing Roland Jones. And 5 in his first spell from the pavilion, and then he had 3 from the nursery. An 8th of this spell. He's just sent back deep square, just fallen out of shot there. Zafar Gohar. Deep point goes back. 3 for 24 in the 8 overs of this spell. What's he looking to finish with as he sends deep square and deep point back? 2 slips in the gully. Oh, use of the feet from Chappell, and he's clipped that out to the deep square for a single, but for a moment there I think Roland Jones thought he was through. I certainly did. 188 for 6 after 55.
You'd think even for Roland Jones that might be the end of the spell. 8 overs, 3 for 24.
I think he's just answered our question. It looks as though he's heading off.
Certainly put a shift in that spell. It's going to be a change at the nursery end as well. So Seb Morgan, who still yet to pick up his first wicket, but he's handed over the reins to Olly Stone to have a go from the nursery end.
This is his first spell at the nursery end in this game.
Yeah, you'd think that he was a natural pavilion end bowler, the angle attacking into the right-hander using the slope. This one just tucked into the leg side, but I think maybe this might help. If he can find a little bit of movement off the seam away from the right-hander, then that will make him a seriously dangerous proposition. He did beat the bat outside the off stump on a couple of occasions from the pavilion end, getting the ball just to hold its line up the slope. So if he can find a bit of movement here, then he could be in business. 1 for 46 so far. Luke Holman there out in the deep does the fielding. I think Stone will be grateful for that protection. He's a strike bowler. He can leak a few runs, but he's there to take wickets, and he's got the pace and the skill to do so. Remember, this is his first red ball match in a year. After a variety of injuries have prevented him from playing as much as he would like, a knee injury this year keeping him out of Nottinghamshire's championship plans. He's got a 2-game loan here at Middlesex, so not only getting a few overs under his belt, he want to take a few wickets to go with it. So, deep square leg, long leg, deep backward point, 2 slips gully. Stone comes in.
Top ball to finish the over. Leading edge as well, very nearly through, 191 for 6. So with Roland Jones having completed that spell, 8 overs, 3 for 24, he's handed over the ball to Ryan Higgins to come in from the pavilion end. Ryan Higgins, the leading wicket taker in Division 2. 37 wickets so far this season. Try and see if we can pick up a few more here. Oh, that was nearly lifted back. It's going to go all the way. For a moment, Higgins might have thought about throwing out a hand to that. Step across again from Chappell there.
Well, across the road, and it's got fruit in it. I think Victoria Sponge has got it. Actually, just as a little bit of sugar and coconut. They sell across the road, you know, Danzig's, the deli, Pansies, they say. They sell spinach and coconut cake. And it's delicious. Yeah, it's really good. Costs about £7.50 slice. It's clever. Not going in there. It's so expensive. Don't tell me picked us up a cheese with the dairy ice ketchup. That was so good. Oh no, he bought whole cheeses.
Dane Villas on the left, watching on, pondering.
That's really
He's down below us at the nursery end. He's obviously been listening in. Kev's calling it well from up there. Let's go and have a look from the angle he's watching it. All right, maybe he said Dino.
Olly Stone just looking for that breakthrough, doing the world of good. Like the other bowlers, I think he's benefiting from that tighter line, just back of a length for his pace and his bounce. That's what he's looking for. Get those two slips on the gully interested, but he's also got those catches out in the deep in case he can rush him with the short ball.
Edged and out of reach for second.
I think that's the third boundary for Dal so far in this innings, and they've all come from the outside shall we say, the outside half of the bat, if not the outside edge. I think 2 genuine edges, as that was, and then an uppercut off Morgan that flew over second slip. But that's where he's found his boundaries so far.
It's outside part of the bat again, but it's steered nicely for 4.
Yeah, that's the most confident stroke of the lot from Dal. He opened the face, guided it away past the deep backward point. Good shot. So a couple of back-to-back boundaries then for Anuj Dal. .200 up for Derbyshire with that second boundary of the over. 203 for 6. And a tricky session. They've lost 5 wickets since the lunch break. 4 of them falling to Toby Rowland-Jones. Did I say 4? Sorry, 3 of them falling to Toby Rowland-Jones. Oh, must be going mad. 4 to Rowland-Jones, 1 to Higgins. Higgins continues from the pavilion end.
In swing, wind at his back.
See what else has been going on around the counties, and Glamorgan currently in second place in Division 2 at 231 for 5, and Acer Tribe 120 not out. So his run of good form continues. That's 300s in a row for Tribe, for Glamorgan. So he's in some decent touch. He's also scored some runs for Jersey. But while there's a little break in play as the ground staff just come on for some running repairs, I think that's just to flatten the footholds on the crease. We'll see a little bit of slamming in a moment, I would think. There we go. Just try and smooth out the areas where the bowler's front foot lands. If it gets a little bit too mottled and crater-like, you can feel a little bit unstable underfoot. You can roll your ankle and do all sorts as you're putting all that pressure through your front foot as you bowl. So that just smooths out the landing surface, makes it a little bit more stable for Higgins and others to get through their work. But as I was saying, we're having a little look round the counties, and Asa Tribe, who scored 122 and 131 in the Metro Bank. For Glamorgan has followed up with a championship 100 and 120 not out against Northamptonshire. Have a look at some of the other results or some of the other scores in a moment. Lancashire playing down at Canterbury against Kent. Kent batting, and looks like they've just lost a couple of wickets. They've got two batters in, both on naught. 220 for 4. So Ben Compton, the most recent to be dismissed. Tawanda Muyeye and Ben Compton both falling with the score on 217. So Akash Singh and Joey Everson, the two new batters at the crease. Kent 220 for 4. At Leicestershire, the runaway league leaders. Gloucestershire are batting at Leicester. They're 221 for 4. And James Bracey, 34 not out, alongside Graham Van Buren. In Division 1, Durham down at Essex, 240 for 3, 100 for Ben McKinney. He's flew out of the traps. He was scoring at a runner ball at one stage, but he's 108 not out. 18 boundaries, 2 sixes, so he's enjoying himself down in Chelmsford. Taunton, Somerset playing Yorkshire. Somerset 155 for 3. But bit of rain down there. As it looks like we're going to have a change in the bowling here, with Olly Stone just a couple from the nursery end, and they're going to turn back to spin. Zafar Gohar, who gave a bit of control from the pavilion end before lunch, but he's back on now from the nursery end, bowling his left arm orthodox, so he'll get the slope working with him this time. He's got a man out there at deep cover, and a man at deep backward square leg as well. Slip, short leg, ring of 3 in the offside as he comes in now. $155 for 3 then, Somerset against Yorkshire, but as I say, the rain falling, so things have just paused for a moment. James Rue 54 not out.
He's a bit good, James Rue, isn't he?
Well, Middlesex fans don't need too much reminding of the show that the Rue brothers put on at Radlett in the Metro Bank. That was some performance from the pair. Just waiting for the rain to move away. At the Oval, Surrey in action against Warwickshire.
Oh, that gets through. That's a lovely shot. Walking back and punching hard.
That's a good looking shot there from Dal. Just waited on it. Came forward, the forward presser, then rocked back, cut it away, beats the fielder at deep point. Good shot. And at the Oval, as I've been talking about, 246 for 8, Surrey. So a little flurry of wickets there. They were 168 for 4. But Nathan Gilchrist with 3, Ed Barnard with a couple, and Surrey 246 for 8. Ryan Patel still there though, he's 72 not out from 67 balls, so he's trying to push the score on. Fair lick. A little bit of trouble there for Surrey. Down at Hove, Hampshire taking on Sussex on the coast. And Hampshire 177 for 6. So wickets falling there as well. Been shared out, 1 apiece for 4 of their bowlers and 2 for Olly Robinson. But Ben Brown is 52 not out.
Look at that, punched dismissively back down the ground by Chappell.
Yeah, strong shot there from Zach Chappell. Just standard deliver really. Just kind of almost flat batted it straight back. Yeah, quite dismissive in its style, but very effective.
And punched away outside off stump now. Ullman giving chase. Turned for 2, and Dahl will bring Chappell back for his 3rd. Middlesex just need to be a little bit careful, having fought back here, not to let the end of this session, and indeed this evening still to come, get away from them. I want to say they handed runs to Derbyshire this morning because those runs had to be scored, and Derbyshire scored them well and scored them handsomely. An array of boundaries, but Middlesex certainly didn't help themselves this morning. They did a fine job this afternoon. I just fancy if they'd have bowled as well this morning as they did this afternoon, this could be a very different looking game. So they don't want to let Derbyshire get too far ahead of them in what is a crunch end of season encounter as 3rd place 4th. A race to catch Glamorgan in 2nd.
And just the final score then from all the county games. Worcestershire at home to Nottinghamshire. There's a bit of rain down there as well, so they've taken a pause in proceedings, but Worcestershire struggling somewhat. 158 for 8. So that's all the scores from around the counties then. So a fair few wickets have fallen so far today. Those slightly earlier starts maybe. There's a little bit of rain at a couple of those games as well, so bowlers getting into the thick of things on day one of this round of championship matches. Stone continues.
Oh, now, how close was that? A dive from Geddes. Now, was there any bat involved?
Got side up.
Ah, it slapped away. A little bit of width. Dal says thank you very much.
Yeah, a little bit of a gift there. Extra bit of flight, tempting the batter. And Dal very happy to be tempted. Plays a lovely shot there. Finds the gap through the offside. And another boundary. The score just ticking along again. Dal has moved on to 36 from just 41 balls. And Chappell 15 from 29. These two doing a good job after the spell of Roland Jones put Derbyshire on the back foot. These two have now added 44 and a fair old lick.
Edged and down. Well, how many grabs Did he have at that? A fair few. Sam Robson usually with bucket hands in there, not able to hold on. How many chances? Well, there's the first, and it should have gone there. Second, third, gone. But the batter has not. Bowles could follow up from Stone, back on the spot.
Now Stone would have loved to see that taken. It's been a tough old day for him so far. And he finds the edge. And as you say, Kev, Sam Robson usually so reliable in that. Just snatched at it, and down it went.
Yeah, it's not been Robson's season in the slips. Birth of the first child this summer. He was a little short of runs before going off on paternity leave, and then came back from it after a break and to try and catch up on those runs that he missed out on early season. But also the number of catches that he was dropping early season, it was like you'd never seen before from Sam Robson. He'll have had a fair break now, hasn't he? He's been in the list A. I mean, it was right, he played, but it was only 8 days cricket across how many weeks? To sharpen the mind again for a long day in the fields.
And that's the game as well, isn't it? He's been stood there throughout, and there hasn't really been a sniff of an outside edge into the slip cordon. And then 63rd over of the day, you get your one chance, you got to take it, and all you can do is juggle. Tough game.
Oh, and now another edge to finish the over. And this one brings a boundary.
No matter what Stone does today, it seems Derbyshire are always able to find a way to send the ball to the boundary. That's the second time the last ball of the over from Stone has squirted away. Although, no, to be fair, the first time it was a gorgeous on drive for 4 that we saw from Harry Kane. But cruel game this sometimes. Stone thought he had his first championship wicket in a Middlesex shirt. The chance went begging. Now Middlesex have got to try and find another way to break this partnership.
Yes, he's got him. That's a nick, and that's a wicket for Zafar Gohar. And a wicket Middlesex really needed to end this session on a high, as this partnership had started to do a bit of damage.
Yeah, this is the other way. They're going to take the wicket then. The ball just, yes, gripping and turning. That's a terrific bit of bowling from Zafar Gohar. And a great catch there by Cracknell behind the stumps. Proper edge. And huge delight for the bowler. And that'll be tea. So Derbyshire 225 for 7, and Middlesex with 6 wickets in that session will certainly feel far happier about things than they did this morning.
Certainly will. Dean Wilson, thanks very much. From myself, Kevin Hand, as well. We'll leave it for a little while, the live stream from Middlesex, brought to you in association with Zafabet. Well, welcome back to Lords, everyone. Evening session of the first day about to get underway with Zafar Gohar. Wicket before tea.
Is it?
2-2-5 for 7. Middlesex would really like this wrapped up quickly now. 100 in the morning session for the fall of 1 wicket. Another 100 in the afternoon for the fall of 6 wickets. It still leaves me to think that Middlesex are kicking themselves for their performance this morning, and the catch-up job that they've played this afternoon is something that they will not want to let slip away. Chappell and Dahl, we've got 36, for proving more than a thorn in the side. That for the 7th wicket. Zafar Gohar there very nearly had the 8th. Beautiful ball again. That was how he got Dahl. Very nearly picking up Aitchison.
1 wicket.
Then pushes him back with that one. Was hoping, I'd imagine, to beat the inside edge on that. Here's how he got the wicket just before tea, which ushered in the interval. Dahl back and across and nicking through. Good catch by Cracknell. This man very nearly had a wicket as well, but Robson putting down Chappell just before tea. Can he get in amongst them with the final 3 to go? I'm Kevin Hand, Dean Wilson's alongside me.
Yeah, Ollie Stone would desperately love to get the wicket into that column. Difficult day so far for him.
It's a strange one because it doesn't feel as though he's done a lot wrong, but he's clearly here because he wants to pull up trees, and that certainly hasn't happened.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's tough to say he's been really unlucky when so many balls have found their way to the boundary. There have been some outside half for the bats as well as the pulls and the drives. I think that at times, certainly earlier on in the first session, they didn't quite get the field right for him, or maybe he didn't quite bowl to the field in terms of a bit too much width. Didn't have much protection, but then of course Middlesex really pushing. I think that was one of the things that maybe they came unstuck with. They were really pushing for wickets at the start of play, because obviously they're desperate to make inroads and give themselves a sniff of promotion. So I think it just was a session where things didn't quite work out, either tactically or technically. But I think Ollie Stone would definitely want to have something for his efforts. And then when of course he did find the outside edge, and the ball should have landed safely in the hands of first slip, there was a juggle and a second juggle, and the ball hit the turf. So he has created a chance. He also had a very good LBW shout earlier on in the day as well, so maybe he deserves something here.
Well, that's a lovely shot by Aitchison. Lovely way to get off the mark against a fellow bowler.
Yeah, it seems as though when the opportunity has been there, either slightly over-pitched or a bit too much width, the Derbyshire batters have just always seemed to cash in against Stone. I think that's the best way of putting it. Of course, that extra pace does fly to the boundary.
Wow. off from Aitchison. Opening up and showing the stumps. Yeah, what I'd say about Stone is 5 tests, but 5 tests across 5 years. But that tells you, as a very good player there, the fact that they've come back to him 5 years later.
Oh, there's no doubt he's a very fine player. And I think that he's got the skills and the attributes to get the very best out.
27 as a first-class average with the ball. He'll want to get that down a little bit.
Yeah, 23 is a test match average. Suggests that he can do a job. I mean, it's a small sample size though, I suppose, just 5 matches, 17 test wickets. But I think there is something about the fact that when he is on song and things click, he's a very dangerous bowler. And they don't come around very often. So I can understand why England have turned to him again.
Wow, that's an interesting step back from Chappell. Gloomed over again, but only one rogue cloud. A couple of interruptions around the country, but I don't expect any here today. There was that one short, sharp shower that just missed us. But looking clear on the horizon for the rest of the day. Middlesex be batting before the end of it. 30 overs. Only 3 wickets remaining. If they're not, then it'll be as bad an evening session as it was the morning, and that's just what they've got to be careful of, isn't it? That they don't let a partnership get away from them here for 8th or 9th wicket. The 7th nearly did. Made up a lot of time in the afternoon after a slow start to this game, the bowlers. Clubbed, but only as far as mid-off. Made an over for Gohar. On for 19 for the left arm spinner. 230 for 7. Aitchison leans back and leaves alone. Nice little push to pick up a couple. I think that's where Derbyshire can do themselves a few favours here. They don't need to go anywhere fast. Right, if 1 or 2 go, then maybe whoever's left with the capability might hit out a little, especially a short boundary to one side. But they could try and frustrate Middlesex again here. And if Derbyshire start the Middlesex first innings the way that Middlesex started the afternoon session, then all of a sudden something around 280 towards 300 could start to look like a reasonable total. At the moment they'll feel light. There are no demons runs in this pitch.
I think this is actually an opportunity as well for Ollie Stone here to try and blow away the tail. I think that's one of the sort of slight misnomers around sort of picking up wickets. Everyone sort of looks at, you know, do you pick up the top 6, you know, the really tough batters to get out? Well, yeah, of course the best bowlers, you know, do get the best batters, but something about being able to mop up a tail as well. Really worth your weight if you can wrap things up at the back end of an innings and prevent these sort of tricky partnerships, these partnerships that rescue teams and turn a half decent score into an excellent one, or even a light score into a heavy one. So that's another role here that Ollie Stone could perform if he could just find a way through to picking up some wickets here.
Oh, is that one? No. Couldn't have been closer though.
Getting closer. .232 for 7. Start of the final session. 29 overs remaining in the day's play. And in many ways it's honours even at this stage. Derbyshire got their noses in front in the morning. Middlesex fought back well in the afternoon. Now, who's going to take the spoils in the evening?
Well, that's it, isn't it? There's a session here to be won. Whether they are still batting close to stumps or not, whether they get a little dart at Middlesex for 8 overs or so before the day's done. Derbyshire could still handsomely win this session, even if they are bowled out this evening.
Bright sunshine again up above, bathing the ground. Feels again like it's there for batting. Tomorrow's supposed to be set fair as well.
Glamorgan have gone to 298 for 5. Ace Tribe with 153. Cook with 65, and they've put themselves in a much better position now. Wantage Road had been reduced to 164 for 5. Derbyshire's next match against Glamorgan. Two, three, 4 for 7 here at Lords. Elsewhere in Division 2, Kent 238 for 5 against Lancashire at Canterbury. Gloucestershire 265 for 4 at Leicestershire. And in Division 1, Durham 265 for 5 at Essex. Somerset 155 for 3 against Yorkshire at Taunton. And Surrey shot out for 246, Warwickshire 19 for 1 at the Oval. Oh, waft. So there's not a great deal of foot movement from him, is there? Attempt to get in line with it. Yates, the wickets go for Warwickshire. Caught Burns, bowled Worrell for 7. Davies and Young together. And Hampshire 216 for 9 at Sussex. Ben Brown 71. Top score back in his old stomping ground where he was skipper as well. Some bloke called Simpson does the job now. Now Worcestershire 158 for 8. Taking on Nottinghamshire. New Road, Roderick holding things together with 43. Taylor's just gone though, caught a bass, bowled Tongue for 40. Tongue's third scalp, Pennington with 3 as well. And again, just swishing just outside off stump. Stone leaving it in the channel. Does he continue to do that, or does he go a little bit straighter? Say to Aitchison, go on then, hit those off the stumps. Well, look at that. That's a good stop, though. Roland Jones. Important stop as well. It's been a good over from Stone, and that would have been a harsh outcome if that had got through for a boundary. .236 for 7. Chapel going along nicely, 22 from 45, just offered that one chance. Aitchison talking it through with him now. This is how I missed those 3. Nudge of the gloves. He's been there for 25 balls, and that's his job. Hang around now with Chapel and annoy Middlesex and try and get up to that 300. back at the bowler, and that hurts. A little sting on the fingertips. Keeps it out on one leg. 236 for 7. Maiden over for Gohar. His fourth of the innings. Stone has well Maiden. What do you give for 1 wicket? But he's going to have to wait. It's back to Roland Jones. Hunting a 5 for. Spell this afternoon. 4 wickets picked up. Higgins with the 1 wicket to go this morning. Leg side first up, bit of a loosener. Former skipper looking to finish it off. Fernandez on as a sub. I think that Stone has gone off. End of his spell. Behind that one, Aitchison. Lovely lift for Roland Jones. Haven't seen a lot of it today. There you go. Man in the foreground there. Chappell telling you what happened. Here's a look at the other angle of it. Pop. Just straightened with a bit of bounce. Very nice indeed. Both Chappell and Aitchison. I like the look of that. Oh, now! Inside edge, rolling up the pad, but as Geddes with the pads on underneath his trousers. But he wasn't short leg for this one.
Yeah, they've had the short leg in for the spinner, but not really for the quick bowlers today. But that one just off the inside edge, hitting the pad and ballooning up. I wonder whether that would have ballooned up over a short leg anyway, but
with the helmet on, it's hard to see that he'd have been able to recover the sight of that one. It would have been interesting to see, actually.
yeah, I think they feel that the pace of the pitch is probably not conducive for the traditional short leg for the quick bowlers. But they've got the leg slip in and the orthodox slip, leg slip with the helmet, so moves round from short leg round the corner.
And another absolute chaffer.
What a beauty that was. And I think the back foot may have just lifted a touch, but the timing of Cracknell taking the stumps, taking the bails off, maybe didn't quite coincide with the lift of Chappell's back leg. Smart work there by the keeper. Lovely bit of bowling from Zafar Gohar.
Edge stand carries taken by Higgins. Middlesex's slip fielder for the spinners. Makes no mistake with that one. It was a tough chance because it was low down. Crucially, as they always say, if you get up, you don't get back down. Higgins managing to stay down and get the fingers underneath it. And a crucial catch to get rid of Chappell.
Yeah, they wanted to break this partnership nice and quickly. And Zafar Gohar, he ripped one past the outside edge of the ball before. Thought they might have had a stumping chance, but this time he takes the edge. And it's well taken by Ryan Higgins at slip. So Chappell has to go for 22. And Derbyshire now 238 for 8. Middlesex will be pleased to have broken that partnership reasonably quickly. 2 more to go. Yeah, lovely bit of bowling there, just dips and turns, catches the outside edge. Chappell playing down the line of the ball where it pitched, and if it hadn't turned he'd have been just fine, but that's the beauty of Zafar Gohar. He's got a few balls just to grip and turn. Of course he's got the support, he's got the help of the slope just to aid any movement as well. So good bit of bowling for the left arm spinner there.
There's got to be a pun in there somewhere today about playing down one line and the bowler strikes on another. Or would you like to bury my puns underground?
some innovative ways of getting home from Lords today, I think.
Chauffeur picking you up at the North Gate?
As standard. For those who perhaps missed Kevin's clever wordplay, there is a strike on today. No tube lines available. So I'm sure a few visitors to Lords today will have used the main line options, or maybe even driven their cars and polluted the atmosphere even more. Others, I think, would take the more sustainable option, maybe, and walk or cycle, something like that. What option did you take, Kev?
Electric car.
Hope you've recharged in time.
I tell you what, actually, you reminded me that the attendance today, I think, is 1,500, maybe 1,400, somewhere in between anyway. Not bad for a tube strike. You probably would have hoped for double that. Was there a full tube service running today? And again, all season long, day one has been really well populated. 4, sometimes 5,000, and that's been across the board really at the county games.
Is that your bargaining chip then in the negotiations? Won't the drivers think of the cricket? Think of the championship?
And it's all game long as well, isn't it?
It is. They couldn't have chosen a worst week. Maybe the test match.
Both Middlesex and Surrey at home.
Indeed. Trying to get to the Oval. Although the Oval, of course, well served by the Oval Tube, and they've also got Vauxhall main line, which is still running.
Ow, now that nearly went. It was hanging for a while in the air. Everybody looked.
But yeah, I think you're right, Kev. There would have been a few more here. Let's take advantage of this late, can we call it late summer sun? I'm not sure. It counts as maybe early autumnal sunshine. It's absolutely gorgeous out there at the moment. But it is a Monday. Schools are back. So it would have been maybe a little tricky to expect similar numbers, but you're right, it's been some really good attendances throughout the summer for Championship cricket.
Well, I think the first 2 weeks of the season, the 2 first home games, i.e. if you're at home the first game, and those are at home the second week of the season, those are the 2 weeks that really peaked. What was that, April 5th, April 12th?
I think I read somewhere that this has been the warmest summer on record, and if we think back, hardly any cricket has been lost. There's been a huge amount on offer, and much of it, not all of it, of course, there's been the odd interruption, but the vast majority of it has been able to be played in really great weather.
Yeah, to Middlesex's frustration, at least one, and I think 2 of the games that were rain affected were games that they fancied they were going to win. Time against them.
Well, they've got every chance here. 239 for 8. Derby. And as we were talking about trying to take that 8th wicket, there's 2 more to take now, and I want to make sure that these last 3 batters don't cause too many issues.
Well, there's some of them. 243 for 8.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of this today. Driven through the covers away to the short boundary. Gohart looking just to put an extra bit of flight, toss it up above the eye line, tempt the drive, maybe mistime it up into one of those waiting catches, but Aitchison played it beautifully.
Well, they'd take 280 now, wouldn't they, with only a couple of wickets remaining? They'd take that. I think the 7th wicket partnership was ticking, and the 8th was promising. That still have thought maybe of something beginning with 3 for the total at the end of this innings. Middlesex dearly love to wrap this up quickly now, and it would be something of an escape from 100 for 1 at lunch.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly the momentum shifted. You called it. Said that the lunch break would be a chance to reset, and that's certainly what Middlesex did. They bowled a lot straighter, and they started to get their rewards, and led by the irrepressible Toby Rowland-Jones, who picked up 4 of the 6 wickets to fall in the session. Completely changed the momentum of the game.
Well, you do have to wonder, handing the captaincy over to Elias Deploy, will that add a year, 2, 3 on for Rowland-Jones at the end, because the mental fatigue of captaincy is huge as well, isn't it? And where the body over the years has failed him in terms of England recognition, and for Middlesex honours, the amount of wickets that he's picked up when fit is quite extraordinary. Let's draw it up now, but it's Tim Murter, as good as mates as you find on and off the field. So obviously he's his coach now, bowling coach. But they were jostling over number of wickets taken overall, but number of fivers, and I think Toby's got a huge number of fivers to his name. I'll have to look them both up now and put them side by side to remember what the to and fro was between those two that day. And now, will it lead to a run out though? Oh, well, it looked as though it was going to be a comfortable single, but Stone was making sure it wasn't that.
Well, if we're talking about first class fifers, well, there is a clear leader or winner at the moment. One of them has taken 40 fifers. One of them has taken 33 fifers. The question is, which is which?
I'm going to guess I've got this wrong then, and it was 40 for Murter and 33 for Rowland-Jones, but I'm going to guess that Rowland-Jones's argument that 33 was in half the number of games, perhaps.
Well,
quite half, but
well, there is a big difference there, yes. Toby Rowland-Jones has played precisely 99 fewer first-class matches than Murtagh. 165 first-class games, 33-5 for 605 wickets, an average just a touch under 25. Whereas Tim Murtagh has played 264 games and picked up 959 wickets at just a tick under 24 and a half. And yes, those 45 wicket hauls and 10 wicket hauls. So magnificent careers both. But of course only one of them able to add to their tally thus far. I think we can just say they're both very fine bowlers.
I was trying to find a way to interject there and call Murtagh overrated, but on this occasion, sadly, I couldn't do it. 245 for 8.
But it's interesting you talk about Tim Murtagh, who stood there in the doorway with his left hand on his hip. You know, he's talking to one of those young bowlers. I think that's Jack Davies under the cap.
Max Holden.
So Max Holden under the cap. And you've got someone like Tim Murtagh as a bowling coach, working with some really talented young seam bowlers here at Middlesex. Got Seb Morgan there throwing the ball back to Zafar Gohar, playing in his championship debut.
Left arm around to the right hander, it wasn't doing enough, hadn't gripped enough, even with the slope.
But alongside Morgan, likes of Noah Cornwell. And can't help but learn from someone who's been there and done it. So 246 for 8. 20 overs left in the day's play. And maybe another change in the bowling is what might work in Middlesex's favour. Luke Holman has been thrown the ball by captain Lewis Deploy. So we're going to have a bit of leg spin in the 77th over of the day. We've seen the ball move off the straight from Zafar Gohar, so you would think that the wrist spin of Luke Holman might be able to find a little bit of purchase as well. We shall see. On the pavilion end.
Oh, straight on the spot. Drag that one down a little. It's away with it, just a single, just a dot ball. drift. Perhaps on that one for Holman, or maybe it was just a bit of dip. .246 for 247 indeed for 8. Builders are done for the day. Of course, it's September, so they started half an hour early.
You can see the progress that they've made. Maybe they're just having a break on watching some of the cricket.
Well, there was a couple of them earlier. I think it was Morgan, maybe to Dahl, who edged one down there, didn't he? And they were all watching. Hands on head for the chance going over the second slip.
I mean, I don't know how often they'll be working at sports grounds, but if your project for the next little bit is at Lord's, how can you not watch the cricket while you're there?
Oh, squirts through all along the floor past slip. Don't think even a staggered second would have had a chance, but Go Hard disappointed nonetheless.
This one just squeezes off the outside edge. Went down, no chance of a catch there. Would have had to be another yard and a half closer on your knees with the helmet a la Marcus Trescothick to have even a sniff of catching that.
Brings up the first batting point. Middlesex a wicket away from maximum bowling points. Overs to go after this. Should Middlesex get these 2 more wickets in this session, then lose a couple for the change of innings.
It'd be interesting if they managed to pick up these last 2 wickets fairly soon. It's always a bit of a tricky period, isn't it? If you have got, I don't know, around 10 overs to bat at the end of a day's play, there's always that sort of slightly nervy period, but I don't know, it feels like such a glorious evening to be batting with the sun shining. Part of me feels like I want to just get out there and strap them on. Just a minor delay for a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, but Holman can continue.
Carey's had a couple of overs before lunch, didn't he, the off spinner?
Yeah, he had just the one, and it was the maiden, which this over will not be. So another boundary for Derbyshire, And that feels like it's been a familiar sight throughout this day. The cover drive through the offside for 4. Googly there from Holman. One not picked up by Aitchison. Gets away with it. End of the over, 257 for 8. Aitchison now moved on to 25 not out from 61. Looks like he's got the measure of things out there at the moment. Middlesex with spin on from both ends. Try and get through some of these overs, but they want to strike and get themselves batting as soon as possible now. More runs here for Derbyshire. Maybe look for it a second, and yes, they'll pick it up easily now. Have a little look around the other grounds where there's lots of cricket, lots of wickets have been taken as well, I think. Well, not so many at Leicestershire. Gloucestershire going very nicely indeed. Gloucestershire 319 for 4 against runaway league leaders. Graham Van Buren 71 not out, James Bracey 68 not out. Going well. Match between Kent and Lancashire down in Canterbury. Kent have moved on to 274 for 6. Jerry Everson 22 not out. And here 80 overs completed. So maybe we'll be looking at a second new ball. Middlesex go back to their strike bowler to try and wrap up this innings. So straight away, Toby Rowland-Jones takes off the sweater. He's going to operate from his favoured pavilion end. So in go the slips, 2 slips, maybe 3. We'll just wait and see where Ryan Higgins ends up. To the left-handed Morley. We've got 2 slips, a wide 4th slip, 3 in the ring on the offside as Rowland-Jones starts. And that's a pretty good start from Rowland-Jones. 4 for 62 so far. All 4 wickets coming in a 8 wicket in an 8 over spell between lunch and tea. So he'll be looking to try and pick up his 34th 5-for. Get ever closer to Tim Murtaugh's 40.
Oh, it just dies a little down the slope. Well, he'll surely have injury for missing at least another year in him, possibly a couple more.
Yeah, he's still got a lot to offer, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Well, it doesn't come out at the same pace it used to. He was never a speeds demon, was he? He was a line and length bowler who hit the deck hard and used to extract an awful lot of bounce. He's genuinely nasty to face. I'd imagine he's still not particularly pleasant to face now, but he was genuinely a nasty bowler to have to be on strike towards because of that additional bounce that he got. You know, at 80 to 85 miles an hour. Coming down for a reasonable height, but just getting the lift that batters aren't expecting. Or as it was put to me, you know it's coming, but you still play it on the length that you think it should bounce, even though it will bounce higher.
But he's got lots of skills in his locker. He's still got the, I guess, the height and the bounce, maybe not quite the same pace, but he's also got the swing and the seam movement as well. He's got the ability to move the ball both ways, and that is a huge asset for any fast bowler. That's what makes him such a difficult prospect. Now, I was taking you through the scores around the ground, and when I started, Kent were 274 for 6. Well, in this brief moment while we've been talking about the second new ball and Toby Rowland-Jones, they're now 274 for 8. So they've lost 3 wickets on the same score. They were 274 for 5.
For the benefit of both Middlesex and Derbyshire viewers, if you could miracle up something similar for Glamorgan, that'd be nice, Dino.
Well, those are 3 quick wickets that have fallen there at Canterbury. Glamorgan 339 for 6. Ace of Tribes still there, 167 not out. He really is in terrific form at the moment. 300s on the bounce for Glamorgan, and now being supported by Tim van der Gooten. So things going reasonably well there for Glamorgan. In the first division, Durham have moved to 283 for 7 as Ryan Higgins is going to take the second over with the second new ball from the nursery end.
And off.
So Durham 283 for 7. Matthew Potts, who was pulled out of England's squad to face Ireland in white ball cricket, so that he can play a few more championship matches. He's playing the first one now, and he's at the crease.
Edged. It's been a few today, haven't there?
There has, both intentional and not so intentional, like that one. Genuine edge, but all along the ground. 4 more to the total. Also in Division 1, they've called stumps at Taunton. Rain causing a bit of mayhem down there in the West Country. Somerset 155 for 3. But they've called an end to proceedings. At the Oval, well, I said that Surrey were in a little bit of trouble earlier. They've been bowled out on day 1 for 246. But before you get too excited, in reply, Warwickshire are 61 for 4. Tom Laws has 3 for 5 in his 4th over. So the champions responding after being dismissed for 246. No batting points there, but already they've got Warwickshire 61 for 4. Down at Hove, Hampshire have been bowled out for 226. Sussex in reply 17 for 1. And at Worcester, again a bit of rain interrupting there, but they're back out there. 158 for 8, the home side Worcestershire. Josh Tongue has picked up 3 for 43. Worcestershire 158 for 8. That's all the scores from around the other games. Here at Lords, as you can see, 264 for 8. Middlesex have got the second new ball in the hands of their opening bowlers, Toby Rowland-Jones and Ryan Higgins, and absolutely focused on getting these last 2 wickets as soon as possible. 14 overs remain in the day. Just want to get those wickets as quickly as they can.
Now, was there something on that? I think there was, by the reaction of Rowland-Jones, and not just pad. Yep, there's a little look at the bat from Aitchison. 4 more squared away. All the footwork went, it was just yorking the keeper.
Ball just dying as he made that dive. He made good ground, did Cracknell, down the leg side, but I think that was a pretty tough chance.
and lift and gone. There we go. The new ball strikes. Roland Jones has a fiver. It's a wicket of old for the former skipper. Just that extra bit of bounce up the slope. And Aitchison almost pulled his head back, didn't he? As that ball lifted and took the edge. 9 down.
Yeah, what a terrific bit of bowling from Toby Roland Jones. Just held its line, kissed the outside edge of Aitchison's bat. Yeah, he tried to pull out in the end, but it was too late. Already nibbled through to the keeper. That's 5 wickets for Roland Jones, his 34th first class 5-wicket haul. Aitchison's gone 36, and Derby now 268 for 9. And Middlesex looking to get themselves out into the middle with bats in their hands as soon as possible. Who'd bet against Toby Roland Jones getting the job done at some point in this over? That's what he'll want to do.
First class debut. To walk out and face Roland Jones running in from the pavilion end. There was a little bit of lift. It wasn't as much. It was that movement at the head which to me suggested that it had lifted more onto the shoulder, but it was high up the outside edge, all right. But yeah, just classic Roland Jones really from the pavilion end, straightening against the slope. So Rory Hayden, who I'm told has a little bit of zip about him himself. Played a bit in the One Day Cup. Staffordshire cricketer. Now looking to break through into the first class game.
Short leg has gone in for the young lad. 2 slips the gully, or they might just bring the gully into a more orthodox 3rd slip. I think they will. So 3 slips, backward point, just 1 in front of square on the offside as Jones comes in. Mid on, mid wicket, short leg and long leg.
Off the mark in first class cricket. And with the boundary.
Yes, guided away down to the vacant 3rd man area. Just open the face, Rory Hayden. I'm sure when he tells the story of his first runs in Championship cricket, that will be a extra cover drive down on one knee against the former England fast bowler, but as it stands, it's 4 runs to his name.
Wow, that came back. Good eyes from the youngster, getting the bat down.
Yeah, early shape there from Roland Jones. Shape out of the hand. And then it continued off the pitch. But Hayden able to keep it out. What can Morley do against Higgins now?
nasty end.
Higgins round the wicket there, but might just come back over, try and angle it across in front of Morley to the waiting two slips.
Oh, that'll frustrate again. It wasn't back this time, but more runs nonetheless. That's a great ball from Higgins, a nod of the head from Hayden. Two 7-5 for 9 then. Still 12 overs to go, the first 8. Well, at lunch, Middlesex would have bit your hand off for 2-7-5 for 9. But with the fall of the 6th and the 7th, they'd have been thinking a fair bit fewer. A fair bit less. He fancies a 6th. Well, Stone, only a year out of the Test side. Chappell was seen as very much a future England Test bowler, wasn't he? Roland Jones showing them all how it's done.
Well, he just took the man out from the leg side and brought him across to the off. And then the inside edge goes exactly where the fielder was. So they pick up another couple of runs. Rory Hayden moves on to 6, not out. Roland Jones would desperately love that 6th wicket. Bit of in shape. He's had his success bowling straight here today. And when he's had a bit of movement, he started and ended up on the stumps. I think that's where his rewards have come. So even with this new ball, he's able to get some of that in swing. That should be too good for Hayden. $279 for 9. Derbyshire perhaps looking fairly seriously at that second batting point if they can. Probing stuff from Ryan Higgins, trying to find his 3rd. And the 10th for Middlesex. He's got that short leg, 2 slips, and he's got that protection out deep square leg and long leg. So got a few different options to try and take this last wicket.
Wow, what did that get through? Well, it got through everything, but how?
Scratch of the beard there from Higgins, that was a beauty. Pitches on leg stump and then nips away, goes over the top of the off bail. Well, that really was a special bit of bowling there from Ryan Higgins. Not a lot that Morley could do about that one. Just nod and take your guard again.
He's been excellent again today, hasn't he, Higgins? Roland Jones has come to the party after lunch, but Higgins from the off in the pick of the bowlers. did wonder if he was going to do that the very first ball after going over the stumps. Because Morley, for all the world, would have been thinking, get forward, because he's going to go fuller this time, having just gone over the stumps. Veers one back in again. Single 20 over. 2 for 48 from 19. And 281 for 9, Derbyshire. Lovely again. I think he might need to come around the wicket here. Bit too good over the wicket.
He's just angling it across the left-hander beautifully, but almost too good to get an edge on it.
Punches that one. Quite fully pierced the offside though. Point doing its job, sweeping up. And that is 6 for Toby Rowland-Jones. 283 all done, Derbyshire. Middlesex will face 7 overs tonight. We'll hope that Derbyshire don't start the way that Rowland-Jones finished.
Yeah, what a terrific bit of bowling there from Toby Rowland-Jones. Been angling it across the left-handed Morley. We wondered whether he would be able to lay a bit of bat on it, and he certainly did there. The edge taken by Cracknell behind the stumps completes a wonderful day's bowling for Toby Rowland-Jones. His 6th wicket, 6 for 77 from 22.4 overs. And mustn't forget that the day started with Derbyshire getting off to a little bit of a flyer. Over 100 runs scored before lunch with the loss of just 1 wicket. But then once Rowland-Jones got into his 3rd spell, the momentum, the game changed. He took 4 for 24 in an 8-over spell between lunch and tea. And then he's picked up another 2 wickets after tea to wrap up this Derbyshire innings for 283 here at Lord's in bright sunshine. And very much the star of the show there, Toby Rowland-Jones, his 34th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket.
7 overs to go on day one. Then join myself, Kevin Hand and Dean Wilson for those in a few moments here on the live stream from Middlesex in association with Alphabet. Welcome back to Lords, everyone. The Middlesex first innings about to get underway. Derbyshire winning the toss this morning, posting 283. They probably had a few more in mind when they won the toss. They'll have a lot more in mind at lunch when they were past 100 with one down. But a brilliant afternoon for Middlesex, and not a bad evening. Wrapped it up. Brilliant afternoon to some extent. Might have had Middlesex even thinking 220, which makes this start for Derbyshire with the ball all the more crucial. Lewis Rees immediately onto the spot. Sam Robson facing up to the Division 2 leading wicket taker. Josh De Carey's at the non-striker's end. 2 slips and a gully. There's a backward point to cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And a rogue cloud has rolled in over the top of the Warner stand, denying us some sunshine for the start of this Middlesex innings. Mostly blue skies all around. We won't have any interruptions, I don't think. Probably the largest of the grey clouds that have rolled in over the sun today, so it'll be with us for a bit. There's only 7 overs to be had in this spell this evening, and well, Derbyshire will be thinking at least a couple of wickets, won't they? 1 to bring 2, and if it does, they'll be greedy and think 3, which would be a wretched start for Middlesex if so. They didn't start well with the ball, Middlesex. It's a slow morning. They warmed to the task in the afternoon. How will Derbyshire start here with a fair attack in Rees and Chappell?
Just get the sense that they've probably learnt from watching Middlesex bowl on this pitch and where they had success. Started with 2 slips and a gully, a ring field, try and bowl straight. It certainly doesn't feel like it's the sort of conditions where the ball's going to suddenly be doing all sorts. It's not a bowling day as such. Yes, a bit of cloud cover has just taken the sun in for the briefest moment, but it will be back out shortly. It still feels like you want to get yourself in here as a batter and cash in.
So he wants to leave it. Left arm over from the pavilion end, nipping it in with the slope. The left armour, try and push one across. Maiden to begin for Lewis Rees. Oh, it's going to be Aitchison, not Chappell. 3 slips for the right armour. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. So 6-3 field set. There's one last building in the building site, right in the middle of the Middlesex high vis. There's a builder still in the building site right in the middle of the Middlesex leg side, but a bit of lift there for Aitchison, it seemed. Steered nicely enough off his hip by De Carey's. Push back again there, Robson. There's just a little bit of lift for Aitchison from the nursery end. Now, where's that gone? Away for 4. Stretching for it to Carey's. He has a boundary. Hands on heads for Derbyshire. It wasn't a chance, but Gully waving at it.
Slightly stretching for that one. Wasn't in control of the shot, but it's run away for 4. So first boundary of the innings for De Carey's.
Gone hard at it. Picked out cover. Harry Kane. He might be picking out a bit of leather from under his fingernail there. Thumped into the hand. Still having a look at it, Kane. Beautiful ball that. Through everything. Going across the stumps. Through the gate but across the stumps. Here comes the sun once again. Big old cloud passing by. Bit of warmth in the lower tier of the mound, and that is in the Edrich today. The Compton shut off. The Edrich is in line. One's come. The third over of the innings. 7 to be bowled tonight. Middlesex will be interested in only one figure this evening, and that's the wickets column. Big fat 0 will do them nicely. Come back tomorrow. A bit of rain around on Wednesday, we're told. Day 3 of the game. For Middlesex, it's certainly a must not lose. I'd feel to some extent it's a must win for Derbyshire with Glamorgan's play next week. Then well, it's not going to be a high scoring draw now. They'll only take 1 batting point. 3 with the ball perhaps. There you go, it's the Edrich on the right, Compton on the left, which is shut. One stands shut. It's the closest stands. The tavern and the mound. The mound is open, the tavern shut as it's next to the soon-to-be demolished Allen stand. But they'll be getting the last of the warming sun this evening. The Warner regulars have still got their favoured seats next to the pavilion. Fancy footwork from De Carey's. Oh, on your chest. Now the volley. Chest it down. Resisted the temptation to thump it into the top corner. The De Carey's leave. Slightly more exaggerated. Than his father Michael, but Dean Wilson alongside me just said a little of the Courtney Walsh about him. Well, he's got that West Indian heritage.
Courtney Walsh, one of the more demonstrative leavers in the game. Of course, Marnus Labuschagne's another one who makes a great play. Steve Smith, David Warner, they all let you know very clearly when they've left it alone.
I always like Chris Rogers' leave. He'd lift the bat so high up in the air and he'd kick his two legs out almost like scissors.
Yeah, there was almost a slight pantomime element to Courtney Walsh's leaves. You just had to be happy that he wasn't bowling at you.
Yeah. Well, they're asking the questions, they're probing.
Really good ball there at the end. De Carey's almost following it, but well away from his body.
6 without loss, 3 to go. They're huffing and puffing. They'd certainly like to blow at least one down before stumps today.
We have said throughout the day that the value here is bowling straight, bowling wicket to wicket.
Well, look at that from Robson. We saw Madsen produce something similar to that earlier today, whipping off the back foot from outside off stump into the on.
Was that when he lost a big chunk out of the toe of his bat?
I think it was the ball before, wasn't it? I think he did that one, that ball, and then the next ball was the one, because we did the replay, didn't we? And I was thinking it was the one that he whipped it. And the next one was yeah, a little bit more of a prod. Could be wrong, it's been a long day.
Lewis Rees looking for his first wicket of the game.
Oh, and that wasn't far away. Twofold, really. Robson stepped a long way across, so he really had to get something to the bat on that. And then nearly offered it to mid-wicket.
Rees currently in a three-way tie at the top of the wicket takers leaderboard for Division 2. We've been talking about Ryan Higgins, who joined him with 37 when he picked up his second wicket earlier today. And then following 6 for 77 for Toby Rowland-Jones, he has joined them at the top of the charts as well. 37 wickets apiece, all three of them, and they're all in this game. But Rees is the only one who can add to his tally in this innings. And he has the best record of the lot, just 9 games for him. 37 wickets at 19.9. Rowland-Jones picking up his best figures of the summer so far. 6 for 77. Rees has picked up a 6 for 52. But the three of them all on 37 wickets in the county championship. Three slips waiting for an edge from De Carey's, but he's determined to have nothing to do with the ball wide of the off stump. Sam Robson happy just to see things through to the close of play. Always a good test of the openers when they've got a little session to get through at the end of the day. These two handling things pretty well so far.
Can we do committee room, please, Dan?
8 without loss, 1 to go. Pretty good view from the committee room of this one. David Kendrick's far left. What else can I spot in there? A good view of the pitch, very nearly in line, just to the side of the sight screen. Now, we had an early check-in with the bowler's bar this morning. I think it was just gone 12. We'll have a late check-in. They're all still standing. Well done, fellas. Early start for 1 or 2. I think we can tell which ones.
Like all bowlers, long hot day, working hard.
Robson at his best. Sumptuous on the back foot.
Yep, he's been waiting for something that he can get stuck into, short and wide, and put away by Robson. Those are the sort of balls that the Derbyshire batters were tucking into this morning. And finally Robson's had a taste of his own.
And the perfect forward defence to follow.
Just one more ball for Robson to negotiate. And get the sense that they can get in unscathed here. That will set them up for tomorrow.
I mentioned 40-year-olds. Of course, he's 36 now, Robson, but he's one you could see well going into his 40s if he wanted to. Well, he'll go in tonight, and that's the main thing for Middlesex. 12 without loss after 7 tricky overs to negotiate this evening. That'll come as a big relief, I'd suggest, after a slow morning, a quick afternoon, and an evening that toed and froed, and in the end Middlesex at 12 without loss, I think, will be mightily happy with the day as a whole. But something of a get-off. They'll just have to mind their work at 10:30 this morning, because you can bet that Derbyshire will come firing for them.
Yeah, I think it's honours reasonably even after heroic work of Toby Rowland-Jones with the ball. It's up to the batters to make the most of it on day 2, and you get the sense that that's very much in the thoughts of Josh De Carey's and Sam Robson, who'll be kicking things off tomorrow half an hour earlier, 10:30 start. And I believe the weather is set fair.
And they're batted all the way down to 10 as well, Middlesex. So you'd fancy it'll be entertaining, however it happens tomorrow, whether it is a slugfest between bat and ball or whether bat is able to get on top and then they carry it on all the way through to the bottom to try and get a sizable advantage on the second day. They've given themselves the chance after fighting back with the ball. A fine day for Higgins, 2 for 48, but better than that, Roland Jones. 6 for 77, a real comeback from him with the ball. After a slow morning, pretty much by all, but do join us for day 2 if you can. Dean Wilson, myself, Kevin Hand and the rest of the team on the stream here at Lords, brought to you in association with Daffabet.